Take it back now to the emotional display by the First Lady, Mrs. Patience Jonathan, on hearing news of the latest on the abduction of the girls from Chibok Secondary School in Borno State. Earlier today, we learned that the State's Commissioner for Education, Musa Kubo, told the First Lady the school failed to act on the directive requesting maximum security for schoolgirls writing their examinations. First Lady Patience Jonathan was reported to have broken down in tears after he acknowledged that the examination board insisted that they provide adequate security before the exams, but that the school failed to provide that security. A meeting took place this evening where the First Lady also found out that no standby generator was provided for the school throughout the period of the examination.
Do you come with two teachers? You were not informed too? Continue. No problem. God will see us. There is God. There is God in everything we are doing. Those bloods that are sharing in Bronu will answer. What of two teachers, what of two teachers that can tell us that they conducted that exam? Do you come with any? Principal? No, too. You waka come. Okay. Now the First Lady is calling you, come, I want to help you. Come to find your child, your missing child. Will you keep quiet? No. Child, there is God, oh. There is God, oh. The bloods we are sharing, there is God, oh. There is God, oh. There is God, oh. There is God, oh.
Hello and welcome. Thank you so much for joining us today. I appreciate all of you. It's Saturday, June the 6th, 2026. Welcome to Have Your Say 247, which is the show we allow you to have your say on issues in the news. A moment ago, I played for you the 2014 video of Patience Jonathan, who was the First Lady of Nigeria when the Chibok girls were kidnapped. Most of you remembered that. If you're old enough, you remember her reaction and how she was ridiculed. Now let's move forward to today. Today is 22 days since school kids in Oyo State were kidnapped and taken into custody by bandits. Some of them, we don't know their situation. We're hearing that two or one of the teachers at least has been killed by the bandits. And we are hearing about demands of the bandits. A lot of things they're demanding that they want the government to provide before they release the kids. 22 days in custody, school kids, some very young. And what are we hearing from government officials? Let's start with the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu. He finally went to Oyo State, and this is what he said to them.
Today I was with Mr. President. Incidentally, the issue of forest guards came up. He directed that we must establish for Oyo State forest guards of minimum of 1,000 from the first week of June. And we are going to do that immediately after we go back to Abuja. We are going to do it in collaboration with the state government. And we also want to acknowledge the role of the governor. It's been very well, good. And at the same time, the local communities. These forest gas will come from you, and we are going to expedite it. We'll start seeing action even more. The Minister of Defense is here, and I'm also sure you will talk about the possibility of having physical presence of our military in this community. And we will not leave this place without specific actions. We have listened to you, and we can tell you, we assure you, we are going to take action. God bless you, and may God continue to be with you. Thank you very much.
That was a lot of reassurance from the National Security Advisor. At the key sign, the forest is talking about recruiting forest guards. At this point, 22 days after, recruiting forest guards. Now, for those who are saying that this government, that this insecurity did not start with them, that is something they inherited. Let me play you a video of President Volodymyr Zelensky when he was campaigning for Muhammadu Buhari some 100 years ago. Just think about that. 11 years ago. Watch him.
Cannot go to farm. Don't worry. We have a program for you. All the farmers. I know they are reversing things, but no, we will be bringing you progress. Your children will be fed. There will be more jobs and more business opportunity for you, small-scale industry. The cocoa and produce development will come back, and money will come back to you.
That was Volodymyr Zelensky campaigning for Buhari around 2014-15. So this is their government. Buhari was their government, and it's a continuation. And he acknowledged that he's continuing from where Buhari stopped. So they recognize that this is a problem as far as 2014. And we are now in 2026, and he has his own crisis in his own hands. Yet, after 3 years of being the man in charge, they've not been able to figure out how to solve this problem, that school kids and their teachers will be in the forest for 22 days, and they're still making speeches. Now, why it's important is that today I want to bring you the action of the First Lady of Nigeria, Remi Tinubu. She went out to campaign because that's all they are doing, campaigning for the husband's re-election. This is what she said at a campaign stop. All right, you must play, the video will play. They can't stop it.
Of APC, but we have members of APC. So to all our women leaders, from the woman leader for Abia State, APC woman leader, APC woman leader for Anambra State, APC woman leader for Bauchi State, APC leader for Osun State, APC leader for Oyo State, your vehicles will be ready before the end of the week. So I urge all our governors, this is how we want our women to be treated. The vehicles are your personal vehicles. You are not giving it to the party. Can you hold on, please? You register the vehicles in your name. Can we have quiet, please? Let me finish. You register all these vehicles in your name. You have money to do that, which we won't talk about, but register these vehicles in your name. And our beloved state governors, the APC governors, buy your women leaders' vehicle. We are not playing politics like before. We are politicians, and people should see the value on us. So this is a blessed party, and we want our women to be empowered. Presence.
I never in my life did I think that one day I will see a first lady that we have a very poor emotional intelligence than Goodluck Jonathan's wife, Patience. Lack of sensitivity. She is giving out vehicles, giving out money to women leaders, campaigning. And unlike Patience Jonathan, she was the one that, you guys remember, students singing, "Now mama be this, so we no get another one. Now mama be this, so." This is the woman, and all she cares about is giving out vehicles to the women, to campaigning. Let's not just get into the issue of directing governors to give vehicles to women leaders of each state, or saying that they should register. Let's not get into where did she get the money. But this is what they are doing while kids, 22 days. You know, some stories that are not yet confirmed about what the bandits are demanding, you know, talking about, you could see why, when they listen to people like this, behave this way, give out cars, behave as if everything is okay in the country. They think that the country will bow to them, give them whatever they were looking for. Now, you know, this woman, talking about the source of this money, we don't know. You ask people, they say that these were donated funds that people donated to the party, and she's going around sharing the fund. We don't know what the people who donated the fund to the party, what are they getting from the party. But if you remember, this same woman, when they were campaigning, Remi Tinubu, told us that she didn't have money. How do I put this? There are so many contradictions in the lives and the approach of these people that we call leaders. Let me play you this video where she was talking about begging for 2 million naira from the wife of Shetima during the campaign. Let's watch.
Continue to go in the trenches. But how do I do it? By being kind to people. That was the secret. Asiwaju's secret is not about money. Contrary to what people think, he's a very compassionate man. I can tell you that. And generous. There's nothing he cannot give. There's nothing he cannot give. Asiwaju, does Asiwaju really handle money? Not really. I will tell you, there's, I remember after I finished as governor, we used to have this staff at home. If you need anything, he will say, go and meet so and so. I said, how would I be collecting money from your staff? He said, that's where I collect too. If you like to, fine, you know. And that is who he is. When people say about money, I just say, T.D. Jakes was the one who said that people's expectations of you, God will make it a reality. Amen. When they say he owns the money of the world, I just wonder. Mr. Shetima knows that I will beg him. Before we went to Kano yesterday, I was begging him just to give me 2 million naira. I begged at the end of the day, when he even gave me, I forgot it. Because it was Mr. Shetima who went to the house to pick it up for me. I packed it, but it was very late.
You know, even today, if you had asked us to give you anything, if I have anything in my bag, maybe 150,000, that's what is there. But and I keep telling people, it's not about money. The crowd you see in the rally is not about money. It's somebody they believe that can give them hope in these trying times. Hope is, why do we hope at all? If we don't.
That was Remi Tinubu talking about begging the wife of Shetima for 2 million naira during the campaign. But let's watch where she talked about not needing anything from that. They are well to do. They are doing well. You know, we don't need any money, wealth from Nigeria. Let's watch how.
Nigeria's wealth is the commonwealth of all. It belongs to everyone. God has blessed my family. We don't need the wealth of Nigeria to survive, but to do the right thing. And I promise you on this altar that with your help, with the help of God, we will set this nation on the right path. We need your prayers. We need your prayers.
She said that on the altar. All right. Before I move on, I want to touch on a few things. Something happened in Warri. The people who govern Warri had an issue with the First Lady, Remi Tinubu, and they did not hide their displeasure on her intervention, whatever interference she was making in the affairs of the people of Warri, and they said it to her in public that she should stay away from Warri. Let's watch.
The First Lady, Remi Tinubu, is sitting in Abuja there. Instead of busy about taking care of her husband in the kitchen, interfering in Warri affairs. Yeah, children are being kidnapped in Osun State. Children are kidnapped in northern Nigeria. As a mother, she has no feelings. Is that the woman who calls herself a mother? Is that what we call a mother? No. Is that what we call a mother? No. She take care of her responsibility by taking care of her husband and her children. She has no place in the office of the presidency. There's no constitutional provision for her. We are not mixing words at this point. Our blood is not bleeding. We are tired of all this nonsense from the Shekiris. No matter who is it, we are prepared for it. Let the nation know that we are prepared. Thank you very much. God bless all of you. Thank you very much. The allowance for it, I should temper them go far away from them. Very quickly, let's have Chief Reggie.
All right. So there is tension across the country in different directions. Let me show you something that is also troubling that happened in the Southwest for obvious reasons. The Fulani, if you're Fulani in the Southwest, they are being profiled, which is not a good thing. Anybody who is Fulani is considered a potential bandit. And there were incidents that were happening across the Southwest in the last week. Let me play one of them for you guys to see.
Okay, Joe. Ẹ má dárúkọ ẹni yẹn mọ́.
No, what we then do is we are going to petition their commandant, then we send a copy to you.
Kò lè gbọ́. Irọ́ ni gbàtọ́ wọ́n bí wàtọ́ yàbá tẹ̀ wọ́n á gbọ́ Yorùbá.
Copy area commandant.
Á gbé wọn lọ sí police station.
I will get the full name. And the map parade
àwọn ọmọdé tó kù dà báyìí. You are not talking here. You will talk when you get to the you are not talking here.
Ẹni tí ó mọ̀ kó mọ̀ pé a kọ̀ yìí ló ń jọ àdásí ìjà àwọn yẹn ó lọ sí àwẹ̀
Láti kọ́ lọ́sẹ̀ wá ti fún ní. Ẹ jẹ́ fún ní ìbọn lọ́sẹ̀.
Ẹ pé pàtó kúrò mọ́ kí gbogbo ọjà dà bí wọ́n sáwọn ní òkè ní wọn mọ̀ pé
nínú ẹ̀wọ̀n èyí yóò dà. Ẹ̀wọ̀n tó bá yìí. Wọ́n bá move a knee. Shoot them if they move a knee.
Ojú àánú kẹ́.
Tó bá káyàn mọ́ sínú gbó pápá nǹkan tó sọ pé yàgá yẹn.
Ó yọ̀dá.
If they move an inch, shoot them. And for those who do not know the history of what happened in Rwanda, these are bad signs. They are bad signs. Now, let me show you in Lagos, they did not, they are also involved in this conversation. So they decided to round up beggars in Lagos State during this period. That's what
Uniform mú èèyàn dání, uniform mú dání. Ó yá. Ẹ lo ẹ mélèé dání náà, ẹ mú kó wọlé. Má dàlú. Tẹ́lẹ̀ sún sínú ilé kó sún sínú ilé. Ó yá wọ bọ́lẹ̀.
ẹ mú fún mi méjì mẹ́ta ẹ kọ́ máa jókòó. Rákòrò wọlé.
In a statement issued by the Lagos State government, they said that they are taking care. This is an ongoing exercise committed to maintaining public order, ensuring environmental sanity, and safeguarding residents across the state. They did this operation on the island, various locations on the island, Ikorodu, Ikeja axis. So the children, they said they've handed over to people who will take care of them, and of course the adults will be processed. These are critical moments for Nigeria, and I hope that people are thinking about the wider implications of what they are watching. For those who have the time, you can go and read about what happened in Rwanda. It didn't start in one day. It was accumulation of things that over time, when it blew open, there was no way to contain what happened. So that's about that. Let me point out two more things before we open the show and let you come in and air your view on the topics for today. The election campaign is off, it's going on. We know that the candidates are set so far. We're hearing from people who are interested in what's going on. Let me play you a video of P2B's former VP candidates in the last election. Talking about why he signed up to be Peter Obi's deputy. It's unbelievable. Quote.
They thought I'll follow Peter Obi. Now, people don't understand that between me and Obi, there's a great deal of sympathy. I have sympathy for him. And this sympathy was at the core of our relationship. People find it difficult to understand me. When he approached 3 other major politicians in 2022 and they avoided him, I would have been glad if in 2022 one of them went with Peter Obi. But they all avoided him. I felt bad for him. I felt bad for Nigeria as a nation. You know the reasons, I know the reasons. We don't have to say them now. And I took it upon myself because naturally I've always been a volunteer. For the sake of Nigeria, I extended that sympathy to him. They thought I'll follow Peter Obi, but I had given enough sympathy then. And I thought as a leader, what we should do, he should do then was to, sort the problem out. I mean, if Aburi was a problem, what makes him think the Nwosu or the David Mark of ADC will not be a problem? What makes you think the chairman of Seriake of NDC will not be a problem? So it's the same thing wherever you go. Stay here and fix this problem. Now, let's work together. And he decided to move. Now, with due respect, he does not own my politics. He does not own me. I am independent.
Wow. Sometimes you wish that some of these people, they don't talk. So you keep the perception you have of them intact, so you don't have to hear them and compare them. So sympathy, why will anybody want to be part of any administration because of sympathy? Why will you go through the electoral process because you're sympathizing with somebody? There should be something more than that will motivate somebody to say, I'm going to volunteer, bring myself out to do this. Anyway, we may get to that and get to the motivation why people do what they do, really, because it's at the core of what we're seeing. One last thing, and this is there are so many videos I wanted to share with you guys, but we don't have a lot of time. I want to get into the conversation properly. But there is this protesters were everywhere in the country, protesting, trying to force the government to do something about the kids that were kidnapped and their teachers. Let me play one of them.
I'm an investigative journalist and a human rights activist from Ijebu-Ode, Ogun State. When this incident happened, I traveled down on Ileya Day, last week Wednesday. I went to Ogbomoso, Yawota, Alausa, and Esiele, where the attack happened. I visited all the victims' families. To get to that town, I was on bike. It is not mobile. You can only take back to that town. Now, they told me that they had beheaded a teacher. Yes. They killed a teacher while they attacked at the school. I visited that school too. Yes. Now, a pure water is a side of pure water is sold for 300 naira in that place. For you to know how wretchedness they are there. But they are contented. They are not complaining. They are not saying government should come. They don't have road. They don't have electricity. They don't have network. Yes. That's why they could not communicate. Police station is not working in that area. Yes. That's why they could not communicate with anybody. What are your demands now, sir? Our demand now is that the state government, the federal government, anybody, they should get those children released and those teachers. This is day 2 of the protest. We are.
All right, that was the day I stopped being. If I ever was an investigative journalist, I stopped being one after watching that guy. But people are protesting across the country, trying to force the government to do more than just talk, more than just campaign, to make sure these kids are released. I saw a post or news story about Showore saying that Tinubu should resign if he is not able to get the kids released. It's not about if he's not able to. He has not been able to for 20-something days. So something has to be done. And there was a senator who was also speaking on the Senate floor, saying that the military should should call the military and ask them what they did with the money they've been getting for the past few years. Senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It didn't occur to him that the Senate, can call the military to answer questions. We're doomed. All right, rounding up, I want to show you, this is a video of what happened in Enugu. You know, Enugu State Governor Mba has been going around bragging about smart schools that he's been building, and they're wonderful. This is what happened after rainfall in one of them. I think they said many of them are not in good shape, but this is what happened. Let's watch it.
Almost our smart school. Look at. So
that was Enugu State. Meanwhile, the churches, because they have a role in all these things, the churches doing their thing. One of them is, you know, on your mandate that we hear about in the political arena. It has gotten into the church. Take a look.
On your mandate, we. Oh, sorry, on your mandate, we shall stand. Chatiri Baba. Baba Lele. And the Tony Rawe Femreo. One was lying, one my daughter to sit dancing. Keep it on now. On your mandate. On your mandate. On your mandate. We shall stand. We shall stand. Mandate. We shall stand. And then together, that is before. How does it go? And the one is okay. Bàbá jáde kí bàbá tó bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ torí bàbá ń kánjú wọ́n tètè padà change àbí progress ni àbí amen gbogbo yẹn di ọwọ́ lórí yín.
All right, that was a church where the mandate infiltrated the church, and this is what we're seeing. Meanwhile, people are still defending the president. Let's see what the former governor of Ekiti State, I believe, Fayose, had to say about what's going on in the country. Watch.
I'm sure in his heart, took everything to heart and managed the damage done by to the country by the last administration. The president has shown focus. And I want to say to you, when Jonathan was to leave office, the same way he was blackmailed with insecurity, the same way they went to America, they made Obama to carry the placard of Chibok girls. Let me quickly branch to Oyo State, very quickly, by this. I want to say to you, before you get to the president in the hierarchy of leadership and governance, there is local government, there is states. States have security votes. They have people that are supposed to be working. They have Amotekun. They have all sorts of names. When you ask governors now, they will say, we are not chief security officers. That is incorrect. That was why I was giving an example of myself. And I want to say to you, in your state, I have strong belief, I may be wrong, that this sometimes can be orchestrated. The governor of your state had his nomination, the nomination of his candidate in the face of this abduction. He did not take any action. No steps were taken. It was after all those nominations that he went to the family to visit them, that he brought somebody out, started crying, the husband of one of the women. It is sad. I can sometimes believe that this was orchestrated in a way, I'm not saying totally, by the government of Oyo State to blackmail President Tinubu, in a way. At the same time,
but that will be no, Governor Fayose, that's going to be.
Fire share. So they are now throwing blames, telling you there are different levels of governance, that is not the presidency. But when Jonathan was there, when the Chibok girls were kidnapped, all of them, including the current president, were pointing at Jonathan, saying that he should go, that he has failed the country. They did not point at the governor of Benue's Borno State. They did not point at the local government where Chibok was. They didn't say those were the people that failed. But now they change their tone. It's now the fault of the local government or the governor of the state. All right, I have to go. I didn't plan to stay more than 30 minutes to highlight some of these videos. There are so many, but we will get to that as we start. Let me just say that in America, we still have Donald Trump, our president, and he's still doing what he does well. This is another encounter he had this week with a reporter. Watch.
Concerned about anything with the Russian investigation because it's a hoax. That's enough. Put down the mic.
Mr. President, are you worried about indictments coming down in this investigation?
No.
Mr. President.
I'll tell you what, CNN should be ashamed of itself having you working for them. You are a rude, terrible person. You shouldn't be working for CNN. Go ahead.
I think that's unfair.
You're a very rude person. The way you treat Sarah Huckabee is horrible. And the way you treat other people are horrible. You shouldn't treat people that way. Go ahead. Go ahead, Peter. Go ahead.
In Jim's defense, I've traveled with him and watched him. He's a diligent reporter who busts.
Well, I'm not a big fan of yours either. So
I understand.
To be honest.
So let me ask you a question, if I can. You repeatedly
said you aren't the best,
Mr. President. You repeatedly over the course of
just sit down, please. Well, when you report fake news, when you report fake news, which CNN does a lot, you are the enemy of the people. Go ahead.
All right, that was an old video. That wasn't the video I wanted to play for you guys, but it happened with another CNN reporter this week. It's the same thing. He's still not happy about how Iran and the conflict in the Middle East is going, and he's basically getting mad at everybody. We will keep following that. On the show today, we're going to talk about Trump and how he's doing with Iran. He's willing to talk to anybody, to negotiate with anybody and find an end to that, because midterm is coming, and he's worried about his party losing control of Congress, even though he won't say that. But if that should happen, politics has changed. It will be a different ball game. Also, in our war, I think they sentenced the four that killed people in the church there some years back. They were sentenced to death. We have PDP, APC, all in this election negotiating and trying to find their way to power. So we will get into all that when we come back. I just want to say thank you for joining us. We appreciate all of you, those who joined us and those who will join us. The link is there. So thank you, everybody.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address Shirore the way I like. You don't know what Shirore did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That's the only thing that I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%. Okay. You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Fiscally, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. You understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't dare say it to me physically. You understand? I will handle you like a kid. Can we arrange the meeting ground? Can we arrange the meeting ground? So learn to control your emotion. You understand? Okay.
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because you mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long to admonish them. Comment. What did you say? Comment. I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him. When he gets your time, No. He mentioned my name. If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out. Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out. You think you're a big boy because you're moderating. Take him out, please.
Hello, come on, don't use such words now.
Dr. Damages, please, I want Soli to tell us who are the fools on this panel.
I consider you a fool. Yeah.
On this panel, yeah. Who are the fools?
I will explain the foolish statement that you made. When you were talking about Sowore.
I made a foolish statement.
Yes, you did.
You must be very stupid if you don't know how to respect your elder. You are very, very stupid. Are you crazy? You must be very stupid to use that word on your elders. Am I your mate? You're a very stupid boy. Can you learn how to talk?
If you cannot handle it, don't ask me.
Can you learn how to talk?
Mute your mic.
See, don't be fooled with the comment section hype. So
excuse me.
Okay, hold on,
so
guys.
I expected you to ask him to withdraw that word. Nobody is a fool on this panel.
Okay, hold on.
Be stupid. Can you call your?
Okay, hold on.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's a beautiful day here in New York City. We're happy we won another game. The Knicks won another game in against the Spurs. So if you guys are paying attention, next week will be wonderful here in New York when we win the NBA championship for the first time in almost 50 years or so. So, forefathers, how are you doing?
Yeah, greetings, Dr. Damages. I'm doing okay, managing in London here.
Yeah,
it turns out that people from the UK are sending more remittance than Americans to Nigeria. I don't know whether that guy is lying, but somebody said UK people are sending more money to Nigeria, quite significantly more, by the way. 12 billion versus 3 billion from America. That shocked me, man. Bastard, what are you doing there?
You don't know why?
I don't know why. I thought we have more Nigerians in America.
No. I don't know how many people we have in the US, and it's because you guys, the Reform Party, they are coming on board, and you guys are preparing to go home. So we're not preparing to go home yet.
Oh, look at that! So
you guys are preparing.
ISIS is not driving you out. Okay.
ISIS who? Nobody's driving us. That's why. So don't do a research to know why that is happening. But we appreciate you. Mr. James, thank you so much for joining us. How are you?
I'm all right.
Okay. How is the Gambia? Are you okay?
I'm very okay.
Okay. I just want to make sure it's not some people in your village that are calling your name.
No.
All right. Let's see. Pansat, nice to see you. Do you have? It looks like you're about to play music for us. I'm willing to listen. Can I choose something that you play for us? We can hear you, Pansat. Your audio is not good. Can you play Bob Marley's Stiff Naked Fools for us? We can hear you, Pansat. We can hear you. It's been a while I saw you here, so I want to hear you. Okay. If you play Stiff Naked Fools, I will sing.
Yeah, but I'll make sure you understand that.
Okay, Pansat, we'll come back to you. We can't hear you. Your audio is not. Maybe you connected your mic. Not yet. We can't hear you. All right. So while we wait for Pansat to set up his stuff, let's go to Sola. Sola, welcome to the show. How are you doing?
I'm good. Good day, everybody. I hope we all had a good week.
Yeah, it's a good week for me. I hope everybody else. So what are you paying attention to, Sola? Any story?
Yeah, I'm just paying attention to Nigeria, and it's always between Nigeria, UK, and US. But Nigeria and US majorly because of Donald Trump.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let's say hello to Femi. Femi, how are you?
Good morning,
Good morning, Doctor. And can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Good morning, Doctor, and everyone. I'm good. How you doing?
Good, good. You had a good week?
Oh yeah, rainy week in Texas, but yeah.
Okay, very good. All right, let's see. Pansat, can you hear me? Pansat.
You may want to check your settings, your audio.
Testing 1 2.
Okay. Finally, we hear you. Yeah.
You hear me?
Yeah. There are so many people who are saying you should be removed, that you're a minority.
Pansat, welcome back from hell.
All right, thank you very much, Femi. I appreciate it.
So what are you going to play for us?
Well, there's only one song I normally like to play when I come here because it's appropriate, but let me change it up by practicing with a little mix here.
Okay.
Can you hear?
Mm-hmm.
The guitar? But the lick that I normally do before I speak on Nigerian issues is this.
Yeah. Are you sure you were not part of the Orientals?
Huh?
Were you part of the Orientals?
No, I was not, but I wish I was. We're here now for a serious business, so let's get down to business.
All right.
I thank you for your dedication to doing this every weekend, right?
Yeah, we try.
Can you still hear me when I do this?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear
I don't
you.
have to wear this. I don't want to wear this. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, very good. So now you do a show every weekend and you bring very good, interesting guests. The last one you brought, Dr. Anakweze, what is Obunweze.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be very fast. I wanted to get in, but I was still up in the mountains. So I couldn't get
This
in.
mountain, what do you go there to do? Do you pray, or is that a monastery? What do you go to do?
So we could recover our country. We're gonna go there for 40 days and 40 nights.
Okay.
So now, it was not very clear to me that I don't agree with the doctor on anything, on anything at all. Now, I used to say, he's an intellectual. You don't want to, like when you're in high school, you have a calculator. You don't want to disagree with a calculator, right? When you do your math and it doesn't jive with the calculator, you don't want to say anything because people are going to think you're crazy, right? So now this doctor, he's come down here and I asked him one time, do you even believe that sometimes somebody has to fight a war? Right? So he dodged that by saying that, I forgot what he said. Sometimes we do have to fight. Sometimes we do have to fight. Nigerians have to know that war is nothing bad. It's just another means for politics. As a matter of fact, when I go into teach in a university, and let's say Niger goes in there to study, in his case, the first thing you're going to learn is that war is politics by other means. That's all it is. We have to fight a war sometimes. That is, it's time for that. So I'm trying to tell the doctor that he's coming in and just everything is going to be hunky-dory. No. If I'm a teenager today, one thing I want to be is a soldier. What's wrong with what's wrong with a war? During the war, you get to tell civilians what to do. If you're a soldier, you tell them what to do. If you're hurting, you don't have any money, you set up your own checkpoint and tell civilians how much to give you to put in your pocket. And if you really need a lot of money, they go to the banks. As a soldier, you get to smoke weed, you get to get it whenever you want it. You don't have to pay for it. What do you want? What do you have now? You see those police officers, as a soldier, you tell them what to do. You could make them do frog jump, 1 hour jump for you. As a soldier, what do you want? As a teenager.
Hold on, Pasat. You were at the Biafran War. You said the last time that you fought during that war.
Okigwe sector, yes.
For how long were you there?
Don't worry about that. Duration doesn't matter.
No, I just want to know. Were you injured? Did you have a traumatic experience?
No. I would say war that's unfinished. I want to go back to it. We're going to go back to it. That war, even if it's a day, it's like a year. So time is relative. How long I was in it, how old I was, doesn't matter. The point is that a lot of Nigerians think that the Biafran War was civil war where we're fighting our fellow Nigerians. No, that's not what it was. The Biafran War was a war against Britain, right? So it was a proxy war where they're using Nigerian tribes to fight us, who are the vanguard of Africa. Courageous Biafrans, manufacturing our own weapons. We weren't fighting these punks, these are our brothers and sisters in Nigeria. They were being used, and we know they were being used. Okay, look at the protagonist of the war. Go on. Where is he? His people are being decimated right now. It's still us who is going to say, hey, stop that. Stop killing these people. So no, I'm trying to tell Nigerians, you say, oh, you lost the war. We didn't lose any war. We're fighting Britain. It took us one day, August 9th, 1967. We cut through Rivers, Ejo people then. We cut in one day, like hot knife on butter. We went through forefathers' place all the way to Edo State to take it over. And we're going to Ore. And we would have taken over the Yorubas too, in a day or two. But Britain, Russia, they wanted our oil. That's who, to make no mistake, that wasn't a civil war. That was a war to take over African resources. And they came in there and they still got it up till now. They took it over. So now I'm gonna say this. I know you have a full panel. Because
yeah. And I want to ask you a question. Just want few questions.
Yeah. Let me say this before your questions, because Rudolph, I was beginning to admonish you when I started speaking, but I will do it in another round. Let me say something more important than that. You know, we come here every week, every weekend, and I started off. When you play some of the stuff I say, play some things I said that I'm not angered by one of these your recalcitrant moderators.
Which one? When did you say that? That something
when I
you want me to play? They tell me.
I want you to play me the first, for example, anything. The first time I came in, you don't have to be selective. Just cut on anything and play that I said. Be wisdom, right?
Yeah.
I told you it's war.
Underline it for me. I will play that.
I just told you you don't have to pick anything, right? Aside from when I'm mad at KJ or forefathers, right? That's all you play here. Or the other guy, what's the guy's name? The troublemaker from Edo State. So what I'm saying to you is that I said to you when I first came here, and I said that it's war. Now, all these people, it takes other Nigerians 30 years, a generation before they figure out what Biafrans were doing. During the Biafran War, it's a genocide against Christians. We went to war over that. The other Nigerians didn't understand that. They fought on the other side, right? Now, 2 generations later, they're beginning to understand, hey, these people want to take over our country and Islamize Nigeria, right? So even the protagonists of the war, from Benue, Plateau, go on, his people are being decimated right now, right? And there's nothing you could do about it. So I'm trying to say to you that we have to fight. We have to know that it was not a civil war. We are all brothers and sisters. There's 2 traditions. We have the Islamic tradition, and then you have the Western tradition. We are at the intersection of this, and that's what's going on. We have to face it. Have to take care of it. I want to do it violently. There's no other way to do it. The first day I came here, that's my message to you. And you say, oh no, I don't want to talk about war in my program. What the hell are you going to talk about if you're not going to talk about war? War is a beautiful thing.
So yeah, Pansat, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. My 2 questions quickly so that we can move to other people and start the show properly is traumatic brain injury disorder. Have you checked that you didn't get that from the war? I'm just saying, I don't know. But the other question is the book by Go On. Did you read it? Have you read it?
Now, look, those 2 questions, they intertwine somehow. Even at my youth, I had Ofonogu. When a Biafran goes to war, we have Ofonogu. Our cause was just. We have our ancestors to protect us, right? It's not Africans don't know what they have. There's a spiritual connection we have to our ancestors, right? I'm a Christian. Sometimes you talk like that, and they think maybe you're Antichrist,
that you're sliding,
or Antichrist like you.
Yeah,
Rudolph,
like you're going to hell.
That's the difference between you and I. That's the difference between you and I. Aside from me being at least 2 inches taller than you, I'm 6'4". You're probably about 6'2". But listen to this.
6'4"?
Yes, I am.
You don't look like that. Can you stand up? Let's see, please.
How am I gonna stand up? I'm a big guy.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm 6. I know you're about 6'2", but I'm 6'4".
Wow.
Not just 6'4". This is a Biafran 6'4", which is pure muscle.
You see, let me for those watching at home. This is actually, I didn't know that Pansa was coming in today, but it was good that he came in, because what happened last week, we had one man, and I what I didn't mention is that the reason why we always welcome anybody, the reason why we have one man come in anytime he wants to come is that we want Pansa to be able to come in too. Because if we stop one man from coming in, we have to stop and start from coming in.
Yeah, you're gonna compare me to that boy. That one man. That one man is a goofy character. You shouldn't have him here. That excuse doesn't fly. But anyway, in respect to my fellow panelists, which is Rudolph, another thing you try to do is to make it look like we're all equal here. We're not equal. I don't accept them as my equal. Well, fellow panelists,
who are you not equal to?
I don't accept them as my equals right here. I'm older than all of them here.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am. Positive. But anyway,
are you older than Jagun? Are you sure you're older than Jagun?
I'm not old though. I'm very young and handsome.
I'm older than Ike. So if you're older than Ike,
and Mr. James, are you sure you're older than Mr. James?
That's the name you should call.
Mr. James saw Iwinedo. Did you see Iwinedo when he was governor? Pansat.
Who was that?
Iwinedo when he was governor of Edo, Bendel State.
I wouldn't even know what Bendel State was back then. I told you I'm from the village. I mind my own business.
All right.
Thank you very much, and have a good show. I'm going to be around to monitor it. I had a lot of things. I'm very now we play a lot. I'm very hard on the minorities in our country because they are the major problem we have in the country. Every single one of them goes to the minority. This is not a joke now. Now, when you look at Abio in the Senate, when you look at Mrs. Tinubu, the wife of the president, is from Delta State. When you look at who else? Wike, right? All these people, they go and they corrupt the malleable Yorubas, right? Tinubu will be as bad as he is, except the minorities who go and then give him the tricks on how to do it, right? He wouldn't be as sophisticated as pulling anything off. So when the election comes right now, he's got them lined up. That these minorities are our problem because we keep looking at them as one of ours, which is a mistake Ojukwu made during the war and that I made at that time. But now, I'm not going to make that mistake again. When there's another war, one of the people we're going to capture and cut off their nuts are going to be these troublemakers who are supposed to be our brothers and sisters, like forefathers there. When I come through there like hot knife and butter, and I'm not going to look at you as one of ours because you don't want us to grow in that country.
All right.
Trump. I want the minorities
play music for us and let's go.
Use their heads. The minorities in the country need to use their heads. They can't be thinking it's Wazobia problem all the time. You know what I'm saying? The problem are the minorities. They're gonna have to behave themselves. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Play music for us.
Pansat is older than me, but I'm 6'5".
Wow.
I heard what you said about me last week, and I'm very apt to tackle you on that.
Okay, right. Very good. Thank you.
All right, sir.
Take care.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. It's 1 hour to the show. We are going to start, and the first topic we are going to deal with today is the kids who are still held up in the forest, and the reaction of the Nigerian government officials to that. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. 22 days after in the Southwest. This is not in the This is not in the northeast, southwest. 22 kids, 22 days, 49 kids and their teachers held by bandits. And people are pointing fingers, blaming local government, blaming the governor of the state, and the national security advisor went there. They have no plan. Is anybody safe? All right, let's begin the conversation. I want to start with you, Mr. James. I don't know if anything like this happens in the Gambia where you are, and what you think about something like this spreading, because it's spreading. Go ahead.
It does not happen in the Gambia, and it's not likely to happen. Because as I told you some time ago, they are all related, the whole of them, one way or the other. Anyway, the disappointing aspect of the whole show is, from my own perspective, others might have their perspective. The disappointing aspect of the whole show is that since this problem started during the days of Shagari, the Maitasine uprising, till now, a lot of people have been killed, and all fingers are pointing at a particular direction. That is the Fulanis, Fulani cattle herdsmen, whatever it is. No other ethnic group has been associated with this act. Some time ago on this program, Kulata asked a question on the comment section. Since this problem has started, how many Fulani socio-cultural organization has issued a statement condemning what is happening? Kulata asked this question, and no one has been able to answer him. Now, the problem
what was the question?
How many Fulani socio-cultural organization has issued a statement of condemnation since the days of Shagari till now? Because it started during the Maitasine uprising till now. Not even one, to the best of my knowledge, I might be wrong, not even one Fulani socio-cultural organization has issued a statement condemning what is happening. Now, it has gone to Yoruba land. The good thing is that the entire nation seems to be awake now, because this is the first time in living memory, all sections of the country are demonstrating over a particular issue. Even during the NSAS problem, uprising, the North refused to participate. It was when palliatives were discovered that they started attacking warehouses. I still remember vividly. They refused to participate while the Southerners were demonstrating. But now, I think in Kano, I think in Borno, Enugu, Port Harcourt, and other places, it has cut across the whole country. So people are already waking up. You showed a video not long ago about profiling the Fulanis in Western Nigeria. Do they really have any option? The people of Western Nigeria, they have very little or no option, because I remember I made a statement some time ago that I said some time ago that in the Gambia here where I live, there are very many different kinds of snakes, very many. And very bitter experiences have taught us that not all snakes are poisonous. In fact, majority of them are harmless. But that does not mean that when we see a snake in our homes, we start petting it. It doesn't work like that. So what is happening now is that all precautionary measures must be taken, because the government has so far, the government has so far failed to live up to its responsibility. So the people need to fend for themselves. This is how I see the whole show. If they overrun Yoruba land, it means the entire country is already an Islamic republic. That is what it means. It means. I'm happy things are turning out the way it is, because my wish is for
the next election not to take place. The country should be properly organized. And from the look of things, should we dare go into election next year, the outcome will be very, very catastrophic. People will not take nonsense from anybody. And this could lead to a military takeover. There are a lot of implications we should be taking into very deep, deep consideration. Personally, I don't want the military to come, although I prefer the former military administrations to what we have now. I don't want the military to come, but if we have no option, they just have to come. You can't be killing people in thousands, and you say, just because we hate the military, we should not stop them from coming if we create an enabling environment. So this is just what I have to say. And lastly, it is laughable that we are condemning South Africans for profiling indigenous among themselves. And this is what we are also now doing in Nigeria. You get the point? So if South Africa are saying they cannot live with us because they have what we call freedom of association, is guaranteed in their constitution. They don't want to keep our company. They have the right to tell us to leave. So if the Yorubas, for their own interest, if they feel that they cannot live with certain people, they just have to tell the people to leave. But as you also rightly pointed out, we are inching towards the Rwanda crisis. Rwanda situation. You can't start taking, this thing will get out of control, and the outcome is anybody's guess. So that is just all I have to say.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. Let me point out that there are Muslims from the north who are condemning what has been going on. I'll play one of those videos for you, just in case you've not seen it.
It's 1 out of 1 million.
All right. Let me play the video.
Do not deserve any reconciliation. What they deserve is to send them to Almighty Allah, let them go and reconcile there. That's all. Call on Wahidan. Anyone that engages in banditry, kidnapping, killing, ransom taking, send him back to Almighty Allah, let Almighty Allah go and reconcile him. Not here. You want to tell me that someone that killed my father, you say you forgave him, repentant. Me, I will be looking at him in the community. Wallahi baze yuba. Kole say, I am no rodo for somebody killed my father or killed my relative. You now said he's a repentant bandit, you forgave him. We will now meet in the mosque. Sami Allahu liman hamida. Not Babedal Kiyama. When government is serious to fight crime, wallahi, what we need is a special court with special laws. Whoever engages in killing of Nigerians, let him be sent to the great beyond. Almighty Allah mentioned in the Quran, إنما جزاء الذين يحاربون الله ورسوله ويسعون في الأرض فسادا أن يقتلوا أو يصلبوا أو تقتلوا.
Doctor, are you sure that's a northerner? That's not a northerner.
He sounds like because he spoke Yoruba. He's a northerner.
It sounds like a Yoruba.
No, he's a northerner.
All right. But I just want to say that people are speaking sometimes, you know, how the media space works. If it's not conducive to the narrative, it's not giving the exposure, publicity that it needs. All right, let me come to you, forefathers. We're talking about what's going on in the country concerning the school kids and their teachers, the wider implication, profiling, stereotyping of people from that region, the northern part of the country, in different parts of the country, as we battle with this insecurity. And we tie it up to the reaction of the government officials, which is something I'm interested in, how politicians have continued to do their politicking, and people are defending the government for the inability to do the basic thing, because the first thing we expect the government to do is really to defend citizens, make sure there's security for lives and property. Let me show you what Minister for Labor, David Umahi, said about this.
President, you know, what is the national discourse now is the issue of security and insecurity. When people, that call themselves extreme politicians, insult the president and, talk about insecurity as if the insecurity just started within the administration of the president. It's very unfortunate because security is the job of everyone. The security, should not be politicized, should not be organized. Why is it that any time we're trying to have an election, there is, heightened insecurity? This is very, very unfair. Because anybody that takes the life of others under any guise, God is watching and God is going to pay back. And so, if anybody has hands in insecurity because the person wants power, God will resist such a person.
All right, it's now the problem for God to solve. Forefathers.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Greetings to all the panelists and the chat and to the viewers. This is one of those topics that really gets me raging. And anybody that I see supporting the government's action on insecurity, I don't even know where to start. And personally, I'm beginning to hold them accountable for all these problems that are occurring. Because what is your excuse to be backing a government that is behaving like this? That tomorrow you start acting as if you're crying for the people that are dying and all that. I don't know why people do these things that they do. They think they are innocent. They are not. They're just as evil as the government because you are enabling them and some of them even go out of their way to fight people that are saying they should put security forces on the ground. They fight you. There are many Nigerians. Most of the people that hate me here is partly because I strongly feel that they need to recruit people into the security forces because they don't listen. They are like deaf, dumb, stupid human beings that don't listen. And these people, they have security in their own houses. So how wicked are we? How wicked can we be? Every time you build a house, you put barbed wire, you put a gate man, you put all kinds of stuff around your house. But when they say you should protect your nation, you don't want to do it. And many of them are overseas. They will call police in another man's country. They will call police and they will come and protect them. But inside their own country, they don't want it. Some of them people say, "Oh, why should we recruit more into the security forces? Because they're going to recruit northerners in the security force." After a head teacher was just beheaded, somebody from that region was saying that to me, an old man. This is how we behave. We will rather prioritize our bigotry than saving our own people's lives. This wickedness that we have is what got us into this mess in the first place. That's how you people got us, and that's how they're going to get us again. And personally, the reason why I say I'm holding these people accountable for it, because somebody has to be held accountable. The people that are excusing this behavior, they have to be held accountable. How can you be supporting the government and seeing the kind of stuff that is going on in the country? The government knows they are supposed to recruit. They said it when they were campaigning, and I keep reminding people here. They said it. Even the other day, one man, I think it's Jibrin, they call him. He was on Arise TV. He confirmed now that the government knew they were supposed to recruit. That now they are recruiting a lot. That's why they remove subsidies so they can spend money on security. How much have they spent on security? They've not increased that much on security. They spent about $3 billion on security last year. That is what they spent on national security. As a matter of fact, under Buhari, it was a bit higher than that. They said they were going to recruit more into the military, hundreds of thousands. At Chatham House, where they go and declare their policies, is disgraceful episode that they always do when they go to Chatham House. Tinubu's through Aerofire said they're going to recruit hundreds of thousands into the security forces. What did he do when he got into office? Nothing. As a matter of fact, it took Trump, a foreign leader, to threaten Nigeria before Tinubu said he was going to recruit 20-something thousand. I think 20,000 into the military and 30,000 into the police force. What is it with our people? And look at Ribadu now. The moment he got there, what did he say? Did he say, "I was going to bring drones"? He said he's going to get 1,000 men. What? This stuff really annoys me. It's like our people are so dumb that you can't see. How else are you going to solve the problem? You can't solve the problem with drones. You can't solve the problem with technology alone. You can't even solve this problem with intelligence. All of them fails. All the examples that you see around the world shows you that it will fail. Israel had Hamas in a territory that they know they are there. They couldn't get rid of Hamas. What does that tell you? Even when you have intelligence, it's not enough. Even when you have weapons, it's not enough. The only thing that gets rid of them is when you are there, physically in their space. That is why all the nations you see in the West, most of them are safe. Because they all have security everywhere. When you call police, they show up in 5-10 minutes. They have security everywhere. That's how it works. But when you tell our fellow Nigerians, now they present people for 27 days. I saw the one of the police officer sitting on the chair say, we are going to do it peacefully. How are you going to do it peacefully? So you are going to negotiate. Either you pay them or you threaten them to release these people and they will go away free. Because they are not going to go, they are not going to just release them if they think that you are going to harm them. So what is the plan? There is no plan that is good. And I'm sick and tired of many Nigerians saying that the Nigerian military is capable of dealing with the problem. Where did you get that idea that they are coming? Are you watching the world? Where did you get the idea that our Nigerian military, if they are not capable of dealing with it until they have enough numbers? Our military, as a matter of fact, I expected Nigeria to be even worse. But if you reduce the size of military in, let's say, Algeria to the kind of proportion that Nigeria has, Algeria will be very, very insecure. If you reduce the one in Egypt to the size Nigeria has, Egypt will become Egypt used to have Sharm el-Sheikh bombing left and right. They will be very, very insecure. And Nigeria, with the even less tiny military, will have very little money we pay them, very terrible conditions, and the insult they get on top of it. And people keep saying, oh, they are not performing. They want to do it, they can do it. After all, they go on UN and all. Where did you get that from? Israel has one of the best militaries in the world. They couldn't do it. How do we? This stuff pains me because when you watch the videos of those women crying, and for me, I don't just see it from now. I see it from, this is something that started since the Arab slave trade. Our people and our men have disgraced ourselves. We have disgraced ourselves for so long, and we refuse to correct course. And when I speak to men, this is what annoys me, because I expect men to behave like they want to protect their women, they want to protect their children, but you don't see that in our men. I don't know what is it with our men, because other people, the moment they hear that there are people, if the UK now, 100 schoolgirls are kidnapped, and it's tied to anything to do with terrorism or foreigner or anything, those people will see hell. Today now the UK is shaking because one man got shot, and then he got stabbed, and by accident the man died. The UK is shaking because of that. Go and try that nonsense in the UK. You will not rest at all. When there was a bombing in the UK, this is underground, they were just arresting Muslims left and right. They didn't care whether they were prejudicing against them. They were just arresting them and going after them left and right. They don't play around. And I really feel like, why is it that we play around with our lives? This Tinubu that we played on video today, talking about how he's going to give female party members, not officials that are doing well in the country, party members cars. These are the same people that said our Nigerians that are being persecuted in South Africa should pay their own ticket first to return back home. You pretend as if you don't have money to pay for them. But for me, when I look at them, I feel like they are us. Why are we like this? I don't understand why we are so wicked. And yet, Nigeria has this very, very strange attitude whereby, contradicting image, where we are also known to be very generous people. We are also known as a nation to be very selfless. But at the same time, to ourselves, there is this wickedness that I see that I don't understand why we do that. Maybe it comes down to just bigotry. That's what it is. But I can't explain that aspect of it. And now that the election is coming, we seriously need to start stamping it out on every platform, because this is how it starts. Because I noticed that before the last platform, before the last election, when I go to other platforms, they are so polarized that to the point where I was very, very furious with one of the hosts on one of the platform. And because after that period, we made up and things tamped down after the election. Now I see that trend going up again. Before you know, they will start persecuting this in Igbotic, and all that nonsense starts again. Calling people yam head and traders and all that stuff. Before, and like you said, Dr. Damages, and if some other person talked about potentially the kind of atmosphere you saw with this in Rwanda. We don't want that kind of situation in Nigeria at all, or DRC. We as a people seriously need to start taking zero tolerance from all these people that want to divide and actually push for solutions for the country. We know people are the solution. We have the people in Nigeria that are jobless. I'll leave it there. I don't want to rant on too long. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. James, you want to say something?
Yeah, Mr. Forefathers, are you sure government do not know where these children are?
I'm not sure, but I don't think they do. Because Hamas hid hostages inside the territory that the Israelis knew they couldn't get to them.
No, the number, if you look at the number, a drone can pick up the information easily.
But Israel, see, this is the thing. Why do I need to repeat this? Israel knew the territory of Gaza. They couldn't escape. They bombed the area for 2 years with the same explosive power as 6 Hiroshima bombs, and they still couldn't release their hostages. Riddle me that. It tells you that technology only goes as far, and even human presence only goes as far. You have to stamp space so that they cannot be able to operate. The moment they come, the only thing you are going to see is bomb blast, or they take hostages, they run into a building, and you send squad to go and wipe them up. That is the only thing they can get. That is what they do in the West, because they can't do. What else have you got to do? You don't have any space to operate. Not this one where they will carry 40, 50 children. It's like, do they hire Danfo or something? How did they take all these people and just charter them and take them into some wilderness and nobody can find them? It shows you that there are so many areas in Nigeria that is not secured at all. We don't have security officials there at all.
Forefathers, we need to tackle the political wing of terrorism. The political wing of terrorism.
I'm not against that. Tackle all of them, but put people on the ground, because those people, they need people to protect them. And I think one of them said it now, that in that area there is no police. There is nothing. Ribadu, what is the first thing he said when he went there? 1,000 men. If they were doing that in every community, do you think these bandits would have had a chance to take how many children just walk away like that? It will not happen. Because by the time you start operating, the security forces will surround the area. You're not going anywhere. It becomes a hostage situation where you have to negotiate with security officials. Before you know it, they send a squad team and they wipe everybody out. That's what they did in Algeria. I think, was it not you, Mr. James, that shared that information? That Algeria, when they took hostages, Algeria sent security forces and wiped almost everybody out, including the hostages. And that was the end of this terrorism. They were not taking it anymore. They used to have some, when I was growing up, I used to hear of horrendous attacks in Algeria, beheadings and all kinds of stuff. Today is story of the past, because they've secured their country, the manpower they have in their military. For a country that is about 30-something million, we are 230 million. They have about 600,000 to 700,000 soldiers to end this insecurity once and for all. That's what they have to do. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Forefathers. Thank you, Mr. James. Let's go to Sola.
Good evening or good day, everyone. Forefathers, I mean, I share your enthusiasm and what you say. This is my own prediction. Forefathers, either you like it or not, that country is already doomed. We've broken up. It's just a matter of time. It's a time of game. It's a time of patience. You're talking about Rwanda. Rwanda did not start one day. It didn't start 5 years, 10 years. Crippling. It expanded. What do I mean? Dr. Damages, one thing that is there is that Yoruba people are crying out now. They are shouting, they are crying. And to be honest with you, a life is a life. Either children, either adult. If you remember, this same year, it's not last year, this same year, a woman in Jos had children. I don't care, maybe those guys are grown up, were murdered by sect of Fulani men or whoever murdered them. Did the whole world cry? Did the whole nation stand out? Did we see this kind of protest? Now it came to the Yoruba shore. The last time I checked, when I checked my own sentimental book, sarcastically, when it was happening in Jos, it happened in December. It happened in, I think, around April or March, or when did it happen again? That Tinubu went there and he said he was staying in the airport. How many people in the nation stood up? So because now it has come to the shores of Yoruba people now, it has become a problem. It is a Nigerian problem, simply because of the fact that we Nigerians we always want to be selective. Oh, as far as happening in the north, it's not at my doorstep, so what do I care? I don't give a hoot what is going on in the north. Let them be killing themselves. But now it has come down. If we like it or not, if we don't stamp this thing out as one country, it is what is going to consume us. See, one thing, I'm not an Igbo person, but I'm very, very close to the Igbos. I mean, most of my friends are Igbos. One thing is, forefathers, they are prepared. They've had this thing before, they faced civil war before, so it will affect them, but it cannot affect them. They know how to defend themselves. You know who will suffer most? Yoruba people. You see, the Hausas, they've already accepted their fate because they are the minority. Fulani has been killing them for donkey of centuries, not even years. So they are used to it. The only way we can stem this thing out is, number one, the people sponsoring them. These governments know them. The past governments know them. The Israeli gave them. Saudi Arabia gave them names. How many of them have they prosecuted? Last week, they said, we are prosecuting the people of massacre. Okay, out of 5 of them or 4 of them, 3 by hanging, 1 we let them go. Bro, kill all of them. I saw a few ones on Instagram this week. Oh, we saw them. Oh, this jungle justice. Just tell them, it was fire for fire, we kill them. See the way they did in Edo State. Let them try it again in Edo State. Edo people will, in a very, very systematic way, kill them too. They will say, they are exchanging fires. Before you know, they know that these are places that we will not go to. If we don't come together as a country, in which we are not, because the politicians are using these people against us. Go and fact check it. I've just checked it now. Forefathers, I'm not more or less pointing out to you, but because I know that you like one Nigeria. Out of school children in Nigeria is between 18 to 20 million. By UNESCO, forefathers, out of school children. In the Northwest is 3.49 million children. Do you know 3.49 million? We are not talking about 5,000 people. We are not talking about 10,000 people. If you have lived in the North, traveled down part of the eastern part of South, and also the western states. I don't see, when I wake up in the morning, I've not seen a Yoruba person carrying plates to early in the morning looking for who's going to feed them. I served in the North, I served in Jos, I served in Kaduna. I can say these are the 2 places I know. I have seen them with my 2 koro eyes. There will be like 3 or 4. So what are we talking about? These guys are not going to school. So when they see someone who is radical, that can give them money, that can tell them that, you know what, if you kidnap people and you behead them, number 1, your reward is in heaven. Number 2, you can make more money from rustling cows. What do you think is going to take? So I think basically on this matter, there are 2 things, and I'm still saying it, Dr. Damages, and whoever likes to hear it. You may hate me or say anything for what you like. Nigerians have not yet suffered. If this strength that they are coming out to speak against the government or against this kidnapping, if it is the same strength they always used to come out to speak against bad governance, by telling Tinubu, who we all knew, we saw it, that said, if I don't give you electricity in 4 years, vote me out. It is all over the news. Why can't we all carry placard and say, no electricity in 4 years, we are voting you out. And come next year, we vote him out. I can tell you, all our politicians will sit up. If we say that we need to know the names of these sponsors, or like what they are doing in the US, name the people in Epstein file, or you will not come in again. If we can do that in Nigeria, come as a group, as a nation, then we will stem this issue. If we continue to be doing sentiment Yoruba, it is affecting the Igbos tomorrow, it is not my problem, it is affecting the North Central, it is not my issue, it's not in my doorstep, this war will consume us. And the way I'm saying it, it has consumed us already. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Sola, for that. Let's go to Femi. Femi, what's your take? Are you surprised by Remi's reaction to what's going on? Her decision to go campaigning.
Did she react?
No, her decision to go campaigning when
it's rhetorical. Okay, so I was trying to go over insecurity starting from almost immediately after the 1967 to 70 war, just to have some kind of like foolproof historical perspective to how we got to where we got to. And I mean, you recall that at least for those of us that were not born at the time, a lot of things have been piling up through the decades, and in our typical nonchalant way, Nigerian jaga jaga way, we continue to sweep things under the carpet, irrespective of whether it's a military or in recent years or decades, the civilian people that are in power. And a couple of common themes that you could look at as key drivers of what's fueling this insecurity, one of which has already been adduced, if not two, by Solar. You look at even the ravaging poverty and the rising unemployment, and then when you had just the general decadence and just lack of foresight, we don't even know where we're going. We don't even look at where we're coming from. And then you look at the corruption that even affects even the kind of things that forefathers likes to talk about, which is valid. I mean, more men, including police, civil defense, even the army. Now, we continue to hear about how arms and armaments and munitions that are meant for even the ones that we have that are fighting the insurgents as it stands. We continue to hear about how they don't have the proper kits, the proper arms, the proper ammunition, proper training, because it's not, whether one likes it or not, it's not the same Nigerian army that we recognize from the Liberian civil war or the deployments of ECOMEG that was led by Nigeria to Sierra Leone, the first and the second war that was fought in Sierra Leone. It's not the same. And the same stands for even the police. Now, where I want to disagree with forefathers is, in as much as you use the example of Algeria, even as we speak, it's not that it's totally eliminated, even in Algeria. But when you look at what they did, a lot of what they did, we already have problems, historical problems, again, when you come back to Nigeria. First of all, the borders are porous. It's almost like we lack any borders, especially in the north. And you know how open the north is in terms of what's it called, vegetation and water view. There's literally no border. And then you now look at the forest ranges that I grew up hearing that we used to have. We, at some point, just like Nigeria Airways went moribund, shipping line, a lot of things in Nigeria continue to grow worse. So what do you expect? And then when you tie it to the fact that, just like Sola mentioned as well, the numbers of out-of-school children, which continues to increase, that's a major problem in itself. You look at the economy, you look at the ethnic bigotry, the religious divisions as well, and then the fact that we continue to call on God. Just like Mugabe famously have said, at least that was also ascribed to him. We in Africa think, and especially in Nigeria, for example, we think that God doesn't have other things to do. Things that other people, other countries that probably lack the kind of resources we have, even in terms of human, intellectual, and natural resources, that they do quite competently. We would not do it, even as a people and just as a government. And then you look at the politics of it as well. You see, is it Mr. Humahi? You see, this thing about, and I know I've been guilty of this as well in the past, trying to also help them amplify it. I do not agree that it's only when it's getting towards election times that you start seeing an uptick. Also, all the ones that has been happening in Jos, for example, all along, All of the ones that was happening in the Owa massacre in Kwara, Zamfara, all along, Katsina. So those only happened when it was getting towards election times. Like some of the things this guy is saying. In fact, I think it takes maybe it probably would take maybe a Sheyi Tinubu to be kidnapped. Perhaps maybe that's when things will get to a head and we'll take things more seriously. I still think there's a role for intelligence, because no matter how many men, yes, it's very important to have as many men, well-trained men, not just men, equipped, well-paid. Is it the ones that are not being properly paid, that are being owed, whilst their chiefs at the top stay in Abuja, continue eating fat, stealing money that they're actually siphoning abroad? Is it those ones that are not well paid, that are actually risking their lives, that even when they die, just like that Lieutenant Colonel that died a couple of weeks ago, a couple of weeks to his wedding, who remembers him? It's easy to say these things. Who wants to even join the army as it is right now? Who wants to die? Knowing that they have families as well. Yes, at the end of the day, it falls on all of us. I'm not disputing it, but I don't think it's as easy as it is. But definitely it will get to a point. All these politicking and what have you, if I thought there's an election, which I don't even care about, it will get to a point. Nigerians themselves would rise up, and that's when we will forget all these our bickerings, again, tied to religion and ethnicity. So in summary, I just feel there's a whole lot to be done immediately. And there's a big part that intelligence gathering, especially when it comes to use of drones and other technologies, will play in the short term. And then we can think about how we can deal with other issues, socioeconomic, in the long term. Otherwise, it's not enough to look at it at the surface. It's deeper than it is, so long as we're together.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Femi. Jagun, you're next.
Hi, good day to the panel and all viewers and viewership. It's hard for me to add to this discussion, in that my belief upon Nigeria is rather embittered. I believe Nigerians they behave in a way that is not real to me. They behave in a way that shows that they are an oppressed people. They behave in a way that shows that we do behave in a rather bombastic way of no diligence. We also are very animalistic. We are an animalistic kind of people. To cut somebody's head off is not a joke. For you as an individual, just think of yourself. You're annoyed or angry. When it comes to cutting somebody's head off, that means that you've changed. You've turned into another species entirely. And when you have that kind of thing, for the people not to come together and really arrest this situation, if these are Fulanis that are doing this kind of thing, and Fulani are a real minority in the country, and they can come into your territory and commit such heinous crimes, and they are let go, or they can't be found, or, I heard one Nigerian politician this last week saying that Fulanis he only said Fulanis, that they should be able to carry AK-47s. For me, if I'm in that country, there's no way I'm going there unarmed. No way. I am armed because I'm living in a country that is wild. It's a wild place where people can just do as they please if they're so pleased. Because generally, I think me and you would agree that Nigerians, again, are rather an they're not really violent, especially in the South. I'll speak for the South particularly. We're not really that violent. It's not that we're not capable of violence, but we're not really that violent. The violence, unadulterated, is coming from the North, largely. And I'm thinking, if I'm in my village and we can allow a horde of motorcycle armed individuals who are not from our territory to run havoc through our terrain, and we are going to sit there being scared, that's not good enough, man. It's not good enough. We know that there is not enough security in that country. You know, in my village and surrounding areas, there I can go a month without seeing a policeman. I'm telling you, without seeing any army staff. The only way I will see them is if I'm on the road and I'm going through a checkpoint. Otherwise, I don't see police or don't see them. So if anything was to happen, it will just happen. And there's nothing to stop it. Nothing. The so-called bandits or terrorists, they have more intelligence than we have or than the police have. As I said, they came into my village and they were looking for my cousin because he was the only individual who owns a gun. So they wanted to get rid of him because he has a bit of a saying or sway. They aimed at him, or he had to hide underground. He had to hide underground in a forest. And there were armed bandits looking for him because they knew who he was. I mean, what kind of place is this? I think that really Nigerians need, it's already a lawless society, but Nigerians, they need to take it upon themselves. My indication is far different from forefather, who believes that he needs to be listened to, that the authorities are going to listen. He's talking about us who can't do anything. We can't do anything for all these utterances that largely make no sense as far as I'm concerned. You can't do shit. The only thing to do is for the people to take the power back. That's where we're at. But nobody believes that that's where we're at. We're at the point where we're going to vote next year. For what? Why are you going to vote next year? So that the same thing can happen for another 4 years? And then we'll be quibbling all these 4 years. Rubbish. The only thing to do is for the people themselves to take the power back. So that means that we have to arm ourselves. It means that we don't listen to idiotic, stupid. There's not one politician right now that I can think of that I can put to the helm and say, this is the man that can really take us through the transition point of a country at desperate scenarios to a country that should perform very well. There's no individual that I can tell you who can make these transitions take place. It is only for people to get common sense and understand what country that they are in, understand what time it is, and know that as an individual, I'm going to arm myself. As a collective, we need to protect ourselves. As a collective, we need to say no more to this level of insecurity in our lives. If we're not talking like that, I'm afraid we're not saying anything. Because, well, as I say again, for all forefathers' rhetoric, it just falls into it. Go and tell Tinubu about you're telling me or the next person. I can't do shit about it. Go and tell your people. Who are you telling? If they don't listen, they don't listen. Listen to who? You? Why should I listen to you? What experience do you have? You're just a non-entity stuck in North London somewhere, shouting at yourself. Rubbish. I don't know why we enjoy our own rubbish, but it is rubbish. The fact of the matter is, the country is almost at a standstill, politically, economically, socially. And with that, the people themselves have to rise up. There is no politician that can do anything. I thank you.
So, Jagan, before you go, people, they have to rise up. Where in the world go back in history and tell us where they did and how they were able to be convinced to rise up, because it doesn't happen without some work. Who did that, and how did they do it, and why is it that people?
I can tell you. I can tell you. You see, as much as we have issues with South Africa right now and the South African behavior, me personally, I lived through that. If you didn't, and in living through that and seeing what took place, I saw them on a daily basis rising up. I saw them on a daily basis rising up until it culminated that the situation changed. They were being killed in the street, but they rose. There are many more examples like this. You're asking that question because you don't believe it can happen. You're even afraid of the concept of ordinary people taking back power. You're afraid of it, just like any Nigerian. They're afraid. I don't want to die. Or don't bring my pick in there. Or all that shit. That's going to bring you anywhere. That doesn't bring you anywhere. Did the South Africans not rise up to their oppression? Did you not see any of that? That you're asking me such a question? It's not only South Africa.
No, I'm not asking because it has never happened. I want you to tell, because there are a lot of people who think like you, what you just said, even people in Nigeria who are saying this is what should happen, but they don't know how to make that happen. So maybe you can talk to people and they will say to them, this is how they did it in South Africa, this is how they did it in Russia, this is how they did it.
Sure. I tell you, sir, for all the rhetoric that we have on this panel, we only do it for the sake of rhetoric. However, this channel of yours could be a jump-off point to correcting the minds of the people. But we're just using it to abuse each other when we feel like to talk all day long, like we have anything real to say. I'm an honest man. I'm a serious man. And in my honesty and seriousness, I look at Nigeria and see that it's a joke society. It's a society of jokers all day long. They will be talking all kinds of idiocy. I'm saying, where are you going with what you're saying? Forefathers will be standing up saying, so much energy he used in what he was saying, and I understand fully his frustration, but his solution for his frustration is not taking us anywhere. He's saying, you are not listening. He would use his platform to ban people from speaking, and he will sit there for 4 hours talking nonsense. It's selfish. He's not even encouraging people to share. When people are speaking, he will be jealous of them because he thinks that they're speaking more than he is, and he as a compare. After he's spoken for 2 hours by himself, he will bring everybody on board, and then he will speak for another 2 hours by himself. I mean, it's like, what's that? Are you a bloody idiot? I'm sorry, but that's how it is to me. Do you not want to hear from somebody? Do you know how to listen? You want someone to listen to you, but do you listen? Do you follow a subject to its core, or do you jump here and there and everywhere? The other day we had a conversation, and the most important things that he was speaking about, because he had about 10 different subjects. Then we went to the subject of femalehood for the next hours. I was like, what are we talking about? Are we going to galvanize our minds? Are we going to make sure that the way, the whole idea of a debate or a conversation or brainstorming is to build upon our intelligences, to make sure that what is intellectually viable is built upon. So if somebody comes with one building block, somebody else who knows how to read a room and knows how to read a conversation would come with the other building block. And then we come with the other until we are powerful. This is how things happen. They don't happen. They do not happen in light of the way we have discussions in that idiotic place called Nigeria. And we are idiotic people. Nigeria is idiotic. Idiotic. The country is a mess. It looks a mess. It stinks in our major cities. It stinks. We don't know how to look after ourselves. We live like, I don't know what to call it. A man could be a billionaire and he puts his house there and is surrounded by crooks and thieves all around them. All I'm saying to us guys, as men, I've been saying these things for, one day, not to blow my own trumpet, but I know I speak differently from every other person on this platform. There are those who have a lot of intelligence, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that. But if you bring up everything I've deposited here on this channel, you'll see it makes a straight line sense. It makes sense. It makes sense. Just, anyway, thank you very much for giving me the time.
Thank you so much, Jagun. Why I'm saying that, why I asked Jagun to explain, is that there are people who are looking for answers, and it could come from anybody. And I know that we've talked about this on this platform, that we should go to providing answers sometimes, not just complaining. And I got this from Kulata. He took time to marshal out National Security Stabilization and Transformation Plan for Nigeria. It's a 9-page document. I got it today. I've not read it. And maybe down the road, sometime in the weeks to come, we will look at his ideas. And I think,
Doctor, sorry to cut you. You see, Nigeria is well known for coming out with very nice blueprints, blue papers. All this one is just paper.
Copy and paste.
It's not the first time. You know this better than we do.
I would like a copy of it.
Yeah, but at least you look at it first before it's like Gowon's book. People are criticizing, which is okay, but at least read it first, have an idea what is in there. So
it's not the first time. We keep seeing this. It's not the first time.
No, this is from Kulata. The Kulata, I'm not talking about government ideas.
Forget Kulata, beg.
I'm just saying that it can come from anybody. It doesn't have to be from the solution can come from anywhere. It doesn't have to be from.
It's June 2026. What have they done with the paper? Is it paper we go chop?
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Jagan. Thank you, Femi. AY, welcome to the show.
Oh, I thought you want to give Fofada some time to respond.
Oh, okay. He has to respond. Okay, Fofada, I'll come back to you next. Go ahead, AY.
Yeah. Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone from here. The issue in Nigeria, sincerely, very frustrating at this point. I think Sola said a lot of nice things. Femi too. You see, the bottom line of the whole issue is, right now, the way Nigeria is going, just like I think Sola said, this resembles like the Rwanda crisis. Sudan too. Sudan actually started this way. And what is most unfortunate is the parliament, they are not taking this issue seriously. They think it's a joke. They are just moving on. Sincerely, it's not a joke. If you talk to people in Nigeria, there is a pressure everywhere. People are scared to travel on the road now. People are scared. The kidnapping going on all over the country is not funny anymore. The Fulani herdsmen doing their thing. Yesterday they were giving, was it yesterday or the first day? They were giving out, they were doing giveaway on TikTok. I even learned they rape a woman. They share the video. I mean, the pictures are everywhere. It's getting more crazy. Kidnap a former general. I don't know where we're going at this point. Now the government, their response, even with the kidnapping in Oyo State, is they want to employ 1,000 forest guard. Forest guard to do what exactly? This forest guard don't take their train. I don't know how they were able to garner them to think they can stop the madness going on. I would have thought they even recruit more military, give more support to the military. I don't know what happened. Jago, mute. I don't know what happened to drones to really monitor this environment. I don't know why they are not using it enough. Except it's me that don't understand the working of drones. You see, El-Rufai said one thing when they interviewed him long time ago before this government come on board. He said the solution to this problem is Bob this idiot in the bush. There is no any other solution, because here is it. What we don't know, some of these governors, they're actually paying bandits, especially the northern governor. This is the truth. Each time you hand over billions to bandits, to terrorists, you are just empowering them. You are just empowering them. How do you give 2 billion naira to bandits? What do you expect them to do? Now, they'll now understand, oh, there is money in this business. They get more weapons and try to fight. So we have to nip this in the bud at once. You have to strike. I don't know what we are not getting. The bandits, the one they attack church in war, that we are sentenced to death, I'm sure maybe the next 1 year they will still be there. What are you? Eliminate them. Hey, if I were the judge, I'm going to in no more than 48 hours, make sure they are gone. If you have all the evidence, why are you keeping them? So like somebody said, if you even have evidence, you get these people in the bush, they with AK-47, fire them. You have to buy them and tell them, oh, there was a gun door. Simple. I don't know why you are waiting to bring them into the police station to do what exactly. Some of these police, I'm telling you, when they get there, they look for a way at the back corner, lawyer coming to defend them.
Hold on. I know
Okay.
people are angry and people say the kind of things you are saying. But we have videos, pictures of encounter with the military where most of them were killed. So many videos. If you look for them, it hasn't stopped them from joining. So is that really the, will you say that's the solution? And
it is a solution. So what is going on? What is going on now? This insecurity is taking a different dimension. There are people now feel like, oh, there is a lot of money in this business. That's why they are in it. It's not because they want to just kill people. So what do you do to this kind of people? Because, like I said, the Senate, they want to push Nigeria into civil war. I'm telling you this for free. Because it's either you will see like ethnic cleansing. I pray it doesn't happen, because even if you are calling the Fulani herdsmen bandit, there are a lot of innocent Fulani doing their business, moving freely. There are a lot of innocent outside. There are a lot of innocent Nigeria, that are doing their thing, doing their business. My fear is if they keep going and everybody have identified majority of people doing the kidnapping in Nigeria now, they are Fulani herdsmen. What are you going to expect? Because it's going to get to a point that you see innocent Fulani, people are just going to carry them and start beating them up. So we pray it doesn't get there. I think even the cows moving around, the Senate and the rep, I don't know what they are doing. They need to take this matter seriously. They need to take it seriously and look for solution. Make some law, make some amendment that will make either they should stop this movement of cows, because now it's getting really bad. People cannot go to farm. That has been happening for the past 2 years. Now we have more trouble of people cannot even travel on the road. You are scared, so you don't be kidnapped. How do you just stop a car, stop a bus, you move everybody inside the bush? So the government, they are not also serious. Both the executive and the legislature, they are not serious. All of them, I think they are just playing with people's life, They don't understand the urgency of this matter. It's very urgent, because if nothing is done, I don't know. On the issue of election, one other thing we can do, you see, now we have a lot of certain candidates, presidential candidates. Not to let Tinubu. Peter Obi is there. Donald Duke is there. Adebayo is there. We have people in the South. Sincerely, it is the turn of the South. I think you see, the other problem we're having in the South is this tribal that is really disturbing us. We should look for one person. Let the Southerner say, oh, we support this person. In a way, they want to get that, at least let push the agenda. So the Northerner, I'm sure they will not have option to support the person. I wish we can actually achieve that. Unfortunately, the opposition, they are all divided. If we can really listen to these people, they are not even talking enough. Apart from Peter Obi that is actually asking questions at all, talking at all. Tinubu will never show up on the national TV to grant interview. He's not going to do that. So you're not expecting that from him. So I hope we can get it right. It's very urgent. Things are really, really bad at this point. Thank you.
All right, thank you, AY. Let me play this video of cows on the road just to illustrate what you were talking about. And I have a question for you, really, if I can get. Okay, yeah.
Blocking our vehicles. What's your problem? What's your problem? What's your problem? You say what?
Why the video my car?
I shouldn't video.
Show me the video.
I shouldn't video.
Am I scared of you? Or am I scared of
That's
you?
like, so why are you asking me?
Okay, why are you videoing my car?
That's what I'm asking. Why are you asking me?
Don't video my car.
You are very silly. What do you mean don't video your car? What do you mean that I shouldn't video?
Like I don't know what I'm doing.
That's what I'm telling you now. You are doing the right thing.
Video what you are going to do.
That's what I'm telling you.
Yes,
Why are you bothered?
Video my
Why are you bothered?
I tell you, don't video my car on this time.
That's what I'm telling you. Why are you bothered?
See, even though that you are videoing, you cannot do anything to me.
That's what I'm saying now. So why are you bothered?
Keep videoing.
So why are you bothered?
I'm so bothered because of my car that you are videoing.
See, I'm using your car. Your car is in the town.
What is the reason? What is the reason?
So you tell me why I cannot video.
What is the reason?
Tell me why I cannot video.
No,
that's what I'm asking you.
Video me.
That I'm asking you.
I'm not scared of you.
That's what I'm saying.
That you are going to do.
I am asking now. Why are you bothered?
Why am I not going
Wait
to
till they worry you now.
Why are you going to video my car? For what reason?
What I'm saying now. Why are you worried?
When Fulani people do something, you are.
So you Fulani are supposed to be taking care on the city. This is development.
Okay.
This is development.
Okay. The city is not for the government, it's for you. Are you the one that
it's for all of us, but Cow, wait, let me tell you. Cow, this is a modern time, eh? Cow all over the world. There's what they call ranch.
I don't understand.
There's what they call ranch. There's what they call ranch. Where cow grow properly. But not in the city. Now, I won't pass now. Your cow, stop my car. You don't allow me. No, it's stopping now. No problem.
See, let me tell you something that you don't know.
Yes.
Even though for the next time, don't try to say that you are going to video somebody's property. You understand?
Where is your property?
Don't even talk like
this is your property. This is a city.
Okay.
Anybody can video anywhere.
I'm coming. No, you cannot video my car.
No, you cannot tell me. So you keep your car.
Is it your car?
That's why you should keep it in the
land. When
land.
I do something to your car, are you going to feel it?
That's what I'm saying. You're supposed to keep your cow in the ranch, not in the city center.
Okay, go to the ranch and take care of the ranch before you tell me that. Or you not here, is it your state?
That's what I'm saying now. Is this your state? This is your state. This is our state. It's your state, it's my state. Okay, it's a human being, not for animal.
Okay, why do you video my car? It's for human being.
That's what I'm saying now. It's for human being. It's for human being.
This car that you are driving, is it a human being?
It's for human being.
It's a human being.
Yes, because it's moving.
It's for human being.
That's why it's supposed to be where it's supposed to be.
You don't have that reason to talk that.
No, that's what I'm telling you. You cannot.
You take people that they are silly, but they are not silly. They are not what you are doing.
No, what I'm saying.
No, I'm trying to explain it to you.
You know. Thank God say you know.
So when people see us, you used to talk us that we don't know what you are
doing.
So
is it proper to be taking cow on the road?
Now if you want to see Fulani, you don't want to see Fulani people in the city, go to the bush and command the bandits that are in the bush, then you can carry Fulani people to come to the bush. Because of what Fulani people are following, they are following the grass. It's the grass that cow is to chop. But you people know that everything that is concerning the bush.
That is.
If as example, if you don't want Fulani people to stay inside the town, go to the bush and free the bandits. Fulani people are going to go back to you.
Okay, you come out because of bandits.
Bandits, therefore.
Now because of bandits.
Cow, enter the city.
Who they do bandits for the bush?
Eh?
Who they do the bandits
it's
for
you
the
people. It's you people.
Which people?
It's you people.
Who is the
Any
people?
person don't go school, he don't know anything. How can he shoot gun? How can he get gun? You are the people that used to give them. And let me tell you something that you don't know.
Okay.
From today, don't video my cow again.
Don't tell me
no,
I should do video
don't
your
video
cow.
my cow again. The reason why that I follow you, sir, because I don't want any issue to say that now small thing that is going to happen. It's planning people that just give that. I don't want that.
That's what I'm saying.
All right. Can you imagine the power dynamics, the conversation? I've got this video for some days now. Didn't watch it, and I didn't know that it was this. But wait, James, I'll come to you. But before then, let me just ask AY. There's something AY said that I was concerned about, and I think we should think about it when we, analyze some of these issues. So we know that the National Assembly, basically, they stamp everything the president sends to them, everything. There's nothing they've said we can't do this. Okay, so AY put the burden on the National Assembly by saying that they should pass laws. I know you mentioned the government is not doing well, but we know that the National Assembly, they don't do anything unless the president wants it. And is it that the president doesn't know how to get the National Assembly? If that is the problem, I don't think that's a problem, because he can get them to do anything he wants them to do. The president just doesn't want to do anything about it. If he calls up Abio and says, I want this law passed and I want this to stop, it will stop. So we have to put it back to where, this idea of the new thing they are pushing now, that is the fault of the governors, the fault of the local government. I know there are levels of governance, but the power, the actual control of
Rudolph, why do you think he doesn't want to do it?
Oh, well, that's a different issue now. Before we go to why, it's politics, of course, But the point I'm trying to say is that we should look at every society, every country is different. If you see your country, you know where the power is. The power is in the hands of the president. That's why when he goes to Lagos, everybody goes to Lagos. Even when he goes anywhere he goes, so he can do things. If it's something like the United States, where you have a divided Congress, you say, oh, Obama couldn't do this because he could not get it through the Congress, or Trump couldn't do this because he didn't have two-thirds vote in the U.S. Supreme Court or wherever. But in the case of Nigeria, if Tinubu wants anything done today in Nigeria, he will get it done. So there's no need wasting time blaming a governor or blaming. He can remove a governor who he doesn't like. So the issue is that he doesn't want to do it, and that's what we should be pointing out. That's why I don't agree with Showore when Showore said, he should resign if he cannot free. He's proven he cannot do it. What should we do? And the member of the House of the Senate who was saying, I think it was called Sani, Senator Sani, was saying, the president should call the military. What are you doing? You have the power to call the military, but they are afraid. So you can see the structure. They're afraid. They can't even call the military to come to them and explain anything to them. So we have to look at the president who has taken all the powers. Anyway, I just wanted to say that. James, you wanted to say something?
Yes, please. I would like to spend more than 2 minutes because I need to give other people time to talk. Just 2 minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
You see the video you just shown connotes a lot. The guy who was discussing with the man in the vehicle is a highly educated man, pretending to be a headsman. This is how they send spies to all over the country. This is why the Yorubas at the moment, they are cleansing their area. People pretending to be beggars, people pretending to be headsmen, people pretending to be gate men and what have you. They are nothing but spies. They said this is how they infiltrate. You see the level of comprehension the guy was displaying. The man in the vehicle was speaking good English, and he too was replying in good English. He's been to school. Why should a man who has been to school be a headsman? We thought that only illiterates should be headsmen. So this is an eye-opener. Then secondly, the solution to this problem of kidnapping. We have now started going after the sponsors. When I was in Benin City, in those good old days, Khamenei was disturbing us. When the government woke up, they went after the sponsors. That was George Iyamu, who was lending them guns. George Iyamu, along with Khamenei and his boys, were put before firing squad and that ended that era, that saga. If a governor right now is put before a firing squad over this matter, take it or leave it. That will be the end of terrorism in Nigeria. That is my opinion. We don't go after the sponsors. This is why some time ago I said that these boys we are seeing who are terrorists, they are innocent. They are not educated, majority of them. They don't know what they are doing. They use them. When they collect the money, they don't even, they hand the money over to their sponsors. So we should go after the sponsors, not the boys.
All right, thank you. Ewa, you wanted to say something, or should I move on to? You're muted.
Yeah, like what you said, I understand. I hear you. You see, my fear about Nigeria is you don't politicize everything. You have to know when an issue is of national interest. I think the solution is just like in America when there is mass shooting, the president will be dancing around the gun control issue. That is the solution. In Nigeria, for Fulani herdsmen, the solution right now is to restrict the movement of cows. If a state governor decide to give Fulani land or they go buy land, you can go have discussion with the government. They can create a space for you. If it is to number the number of Fulani, the people moving around in that area, you identify them somehow. You know, otherwise, take them to they have a lot of massive land that nobody is using. Why can't they occupy those spaces? You know, so this is part of the solution. So I don't see anything that is wrong here. Even the Fulani member of parliament should know that this is the right thing to do at this point, because we are taking this thing for granted. The moment this leads to ethnic cleansing, that's a crisis on our hand. We don't have to wait till that time. We have to nip it in the bud right now, because the way I'm looking at it is still good now. We have to look for the solution right now so that everybody will live peacefully. Thank you.
Right, Doctor, let me just say something real quick. AY, you forget that they tried this in Kano, and Mietiala specifically, they refused. Even some of the politicians from the north, they absolutely refused it. They tried Ruga, they refused.
So the president should give. You see, we can make a laws, devolve power to. That is why we need to devolve power to region or to state, so that the state can determine. You can determine to say we don't want Fulani and their cows in my state. It's as easy. It's not something you need to fight over. If they must come with cows to your state, you give them. You make rules. You have to. Otherwise, this issue is getting out of hand, though. You know, so we just have to do the right thing. This is not about ethnic, tribe, or whatever. This is about a solution that will keep people together, that will make us to live. Otherwise, people cannot go to farm. Now it's getting really bad. And the kidnapping going on when they carry your Percy. These people, they're talking in terms of 50 million, 100 million. They are going to go, people are selling their properties to get people out of their den. So we can't continue. It's not going to work. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I've been lax with time because there were not a lot of people, but now we have so many people who want to weigh in. So let me just quickly reinstitute the time in Saxonia. You are next.
So, like, what, I get like 2 hours to speak or what?
You have 4 minutes.
All right. Listen, there's something I'm noticing everybody on here is doing. And well, not everybody, I think most people are, or some people. And they're conflating the entire Fulani ethnic group with the bandits. And I think that's a dangerous thing to do. I mean, for example, you see Mr. James, without any information outside of what we've seen on the video, saying, well, the guy is a spy, he speaks English, so that means he came to surveil, he's pretending. at some point, as Nigerians, maybe we need to eschew bigotry and tribalism. I've heard everybody speak, and I think most people have spoken well. I really liked what Jagon spoke on, and AY and Femi, even Forefathers and Shola Feast too. And you asked a question, Rudolph, and I think it shouldn't be about just complaining. What I'm not hearing is solutions. And even though Forefathers tried, yes, failed in my own books to proffer a good solution, but at least he tried, right? And especially with what Jagan was saying, I think Nigeria, at some point, Nigerians need to decide what do they really want. Now they're waiting, they're about to go to the polls, and you want to kick out this present government, they failed. Okay, fine, but who do you want to put in? And why do you want to put them in? And based on what? You haven't even questioned these new presidential candidates on their solutions, what they would do in terms of insecurity, which is the biggest problem that is befuddling Nigeria today. And it's not like these people haven't contested before. And you've never heard them say anything on what they will do. Take, for example, the two leading opposition candidates, Obi and Atiku. And when you ask them, it's always, I'll do it. Or they'll speak abstractly. Or they'll say, well, I don't want to say it. Just wait till I get in there. Well, you're not saying anything. The country has a problem. What is the solution to the problem? Nigeria's problem, Rudolph, is one that needs thinking outside the box. Yes, I think basically what you were trying to say is, like, I would think like every other reasonable person, you would not want violence. I don't want violence. And I understand the frustration from people that say, well, maybe we should arm them.
Shelley Rudolph, take me to backstage. Somebody want to come in. Thank you.
Okay.
And people are saying maybe they should arm them. I don't think violence is the solution to Nigeria's problem. Not in the 21st century, especially with the little I know, and I think it's definitely going to happen. It's gonna take over the whole West African sub-region. The world is not ready for problems in Nigeria. But this is what I think, Rudolph. And this is why I say Nigerians need to start thinking outside the box. Do you remember when Seun Kuti was on here the last time? And I asked him, why haven't Nigerians, for example, organized themselves? And these are forms of revolution. Revolutionary acts don't necessarily have to involve bloodshed. And I asked him, I said, why haven't Nigerians, for example, when he kept complaining about corruption, decided on a date and say, if you remember when I said, you have a very dark man in your corner, a very influential person. You're very influential. You have people like Sowore and other people that can influence multitudes, hundreds of millions of people. Why haven't you guys just come together one day and say, from this day to this day, we're not paying bribes to the police. You're gonna get something done. But he shut it down right away. Oh, it can't happen. It can't happen. Again, I'm saying that in relation to, you are bringing in, you want to kick out Tinubu, but you guys want to bring in Tinubu clones. How does it hurt Nigerians if they decide, this is a country that sit at home Monday works. If they all sit down and say, because we do not see anybody that will solve the problems of Nigeria, or at least none of these candidates have answered to our concerns properly or to our satisfaction, we're not coming out to vote. And on the day of that election, everybody sits at home. And let the politicians, because you're only going there to put your enslavers in power. So there are certain revolutionary acts, I think, they seem impossible to Nigerians because unfortunately Nigerians seem not to be very pragmatic people, not to be very foresighted people. I'm not saying this as an insult, but they also tend to be very impatient. There are certain things you can do to put the government under pressure. Rudolph, don't also discount the fact that there are external hands in the problem of Nigeria today. I've said this on the show numerous times. Mr. James just says something which I think not too many are thinking about. Who are the sponsors of these people? And this is why I asked you when you made that statement. I jumped in and I asked you, why hasn't the president done it? By now, I bet you the president does know who the sponsors of this of these problems are. But of course, he won't do it. I would assume maybe they're more powerful than him. He looks at the forces in charge of and he's like, well, there's no way I can take these people to task. Which now leads us to what will be the next solution. If you know you cannot tackle them head on, then why don't you push the House to divide the country into smaller federating units, regions, for example. And like AY just said, well, the rules for cattle rustling is different here. You can't do it this way. And then they enforce the law. And you know the funny thing, Rudolph, let me end like this. It's so sad because this issue of the cows, I remember this issue of the cows roaming the streets. You know, Nigeria was a properly run country. This could have been a tourist attraction. This is something, as a child, I used to see in encyclopedias. There was no problem. Cows walking on the street, you see it in encyclopedias. In Nigeria, you see it in documentaries. There was no problem. But of course now, because it's a security issue. So yeah, basically I just think Nigeria, Rudolph, we have to think outside the box. And for what you said, where have these things happened? Nazi Germany did it. The French Revolution during Louis XIV and Marie Antoinette, it happened. The Bolshevik Revolution, it happened. Although most of those, again, bloodshed was involved. And this is what, in my own opinion, I just think should be the main thing Nigeria should try to avoid. Because believe it or not, if Nigeria should go into sectarian violence, I do not see it ending in the next 30 years.
Yeah, but those ones were not sectarian, were they?
Which ones?
The Soviet revolution.
No.
The French Revolution was not. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Let's go to KJ. KJ, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you all you guys. You've spoken very well. Excuse me. I have to clear my voice because all of a sudden we remember that people are being, ethnically profiled and wrongly classified. 1966, the coup of 1966. One of the things that history forgot to tell us is that the Igbos met in Aba in the public forum and said that the Igbos were going to carry out an Igbo coup against the North, wherein we also decided that the northern leaders will be executed, all the other leaders from the East will be exempted. So, since then, history has it. I've always called it, till tomorrow, the Igbo coup. Pundits and, who have been professing solutions to the Nigerian problem have not seen the reason not to call it an Igbo coup, even when the actors have come out to say, look, we did say this, but it's wrong. So now that has come to the point of the Fulanis, we all now know that there's something called wrongly tagging a people and giving them a name. Wow. I say, wow. I say again, wow. We didn't know that the time will come when we can now say people are wrongly tagged. Wow. It is Fulani terrorists that is terrorizing Nigeria from Sokoto to Calabar, from Maiduguri to Lagos. They are called Fulani terrorists. They are running amok in Nigeria with all kinds of weapons. And you don't have to even research or be a great reader or be a great, spend time a lot in the streets of the internet to see multiple evidence of this occurrence. It beats my imagination why somebody will come here and sit. These are the same people who still till tomorrow say Nnamdi Kanu was a terrorist or whatever they call him, even though all that he has said have been more accurate than any pastor that we have seen in Nigeria so far in my last small years. Whatever he has said has all played out before our very eyes, and they are still playing out. Yet, these same people who now realize that there's something called wrongly tagging an ethnic group with a wrong tag have not even still seen that what the position they took were wrong and have to publicly reverse their positions and apologize. So people come here and sit and say, Nigeria is a complex. How complex is Nigeria? When you refuse to do the right thing, you want to continuously to cajole yourself by saying to yourself, Nigeria is very complex. What is the complicity? The Idoma person have been saying since the creation of Benue State since 1976 that they don't have the opportunity to be governors of Benue State. And yet you say it's complex. How do we need to research to find that can be simply be done by simply saying, you know what, you people have this tongue, this person have this tongue, and put it in the constitution or put it in the bylaw of Benue State, and we say it is complex. A particular group of people say we have been marginalized. We don't have any federal presence. We don't have nothing working in our position in our place that belongs to the federal government. We build our roads ourselves. We give ourselves street lights. We give ourselves everything that government should provide, and we are so not part of the government. You don't correct it. You say Nigeria is complex. Really? And then you say, oh, it's a big country. How big are we? Are we bigger than even Russia, China? What's it called? The biggest Arab country. Are we bigger than them? I say Arab country, biggest Islamist country. Are we bigger than them? No. As a matter of fact, was Nigeria not working before this complicity? And I asked someone the other day, if we are complaining, if you most of us here are married, you are in a marriage and it's not working the way you want, what do? You call your spouse. Sometimes you call your children who are ready to, who are of age, and you say to them, look, this thing is going on in this house. How do we solve it? Everybody bring their suggestion. You as the leader of the house, we say, okay, this is how we should go forward. Is that not how everybody run their family? At least that's how I run mine. All right? So if in a complex, multilingual society, as we have found ourselves, a small ethnic group says, we are not being felt. We don't feel the energy in the country. What do we do? Do we say to them, you know what? Why are you always complaining? After all, the rest of people are not complaining. They're not complaining because they're getting a better part of the pie. Hello? So I'm totally, tired of hearing this complexity we have to do with certain people asking for the right things to be done. What is it difficult? Why is it so difficult to sit down and have a discussion on the way forward? What's so difficult to have a discussion on the constitution? What's so difficult to have a constitution or a discussion on the mineral resources in the land? The mineral resources in the north belong to the northerners. The one in the south belong to the government for all of us to share. What is difficult there? So I get irritated when I hear people say Nigeria is a complex country and it cannot. What is difficult? For donkey years, you guys have been using the oil from the south to develop the whole country. And now we have seen gold in the north. You will not bring it to the center. It belongs to the states. It belongs to those people who have found it in their land. And they are mining it and using it for themselves. Then you come sit down and tell me Nigeria is a complex country. Is that how other nations run and become successful? The other day I was talking to someone, I said, what is you can say Americans have the American dream. The British have their own dream. what's the life expectancy, or what's the dream of a young Nigerian growing up? What is he looking at to say, this is what my country has presented before me, that if I hit these milestones, I'll become somebody in Nigeria? What is that? What is that? Because I know that in America, they tell you if you work hard, you can be anybody without anybody knowing anybody. And if you come to their system, it works that way, at least for the one I know. All right? What is our own? What is the thing that you say, okay, a Nigerian now in the university, young man, promising, doing all the things, hitting all the milestones, that when he becomes 30, he'll be able to own a house in Nigeria, have a good car, and live a good life. Where is that written? And Nigeria who doesn't know anybody. So, my brother, I'm just going to end here. There's nothing complex about what we have. We have decided to make it complex because we lie to ourselves. Holland produces more milk than any other country. Are cows running around the street of Holland? Why should cows run around the street of Abuja? And we see it as normal because our people, they are nomadic. So why don't the Igbo man set up his wares and his business in the Federal Secretariat, in the Aso Rock, set it up around the National Assembly? Because it's his personal business and he's a trader by nature. So he should set up his shop anywhere he likes. No. You won't allow that. But you allow cows to be everywhere, including the face of the nation, which is the three-arm zone of Abuja, where the presidency is there, the National Assembly, and the Supreme Court. They go there and see grace why court session is going on, why the National Assembly is going on, why the people are going to the presidency and coming out. In fact, cows enter the presidency into the Aso Rock to go and graze. And you don't see anything wrong with it. I don't think we're serious, and I don't think we want to make progress. I'm sorry to say, and I don't think we're ever going to be a nation going this way, because a people, and now I'll end on this word, Dr. Rudolph, a people who lie to themselves can never amount to anything. The lie you tell yourself, the delusional lies you tell yourself, is what will keep you bound to where you are. And the Bible puts it this way in 2 Thessalonians. It says, when you continue to lie to yourself, God himself will begin to send you delusion. The spirit of delusion will follow you. And now it's no longer you. It is God helping you to lie to yourself. And that lie will carry you to wherever you want. It's no longer, because he had been warning you all the while. You refuse to follow. Has God not been warning us? How many people have we had who will tell you this is the way to go? Let us do this. We'll refuse. And then we'll come and say these things. I rest my case. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, KJ. For fathers, I'll still come back to you, but let me hear Otumba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon from here. Wow, thank you. I don't know where to start from, Dr. Rudolph, because a lot has been said already.
Yeah,
you know?
you can go to your own angle. So the issue we're talking about is the kids that were kidnapped, the reaction of the government and government officials, and the stereotyping of Fulani people in Nigeria as a result of increasing insecurity in the country.
Yeah, I think I'll take it from where Mr. James is. No, KJ left it about truth. And there's this Latin phrase that I like so much, and it says that magna is veritas, et praevitalis. The whole idea is that mighty is the truth, and it shall prevail. But before the truth can prevail in a public square, we must first, as the people, have the courage to speak it plainly to ourselves. And I think we need to get to a point as a people, as Nigerians, that we have to strip ourselves of this narrative, that there's a phantom, untouchable Fulani people, that are killing the Nigerian people. In my own opinion, I think that the cankerworm that we have in guise of Fulani in Nigeria is the Nigerian government itself. And the Nigerian government itself is the real Fulani-man that we have, alongside the oligarchs, and I would say the career politicians in Nigeria who are constantly and consistently profiting from this chaos. And we have to understand again that, in my opinion anyway, that injustice did not kill ancient Rome in vacuum, because the ancient Rome civilization, as many people, many theorists, many historians could allude many things to his downfall. But reading through some good experience that I think I so much align with, they will say that what killed the Roman civilization was injustice. Injustice destroyed the social contract when the Roman oligarchs and the political class, right, they decided that the state existed only to serve their own perpetual wealth. And, the people felt marginalized. And the very people that they require to sustain that civilization, those people start defending Rome. So Rome did not fall from popular opinion from external enemies. I think it ceased to be a Roman Empire because of the amount of injustice in Rome. And we can bring that vis-a-vis to the Nigerian situation. There's so much injustice in Nigeria. And until we tackle that hurt that people are facing in different parts of the country. Many people feel like their voices are not heard. Many people feel like they are unjustly condemned. And until people feel like they are seen as a human being first, before we can start having a conversation. And that's exactly where I think Nigeria is today. I left Nigeria 10 years ago because I had to leave. I wasn't seeing any pathway for my life. And I was thanking God I left. But it's sad that you left your own country and you're happy that you left. It's a very sad issue, right? But every single time our kids, our children are dragged out of their classroom into the bush, we get the exact same information that David Umai will stand on a podium telling us that God is watching. This is supposed to be a minister, and that we shouldn't politicize things because insecurity did not start today. Saying that insecurity did not start today alone, to me, I think is problematic. But I want to be completely honest here because Nigeria touches every one of us in one way or the other. And I think we have reached a point, right, where we have to admit that uncomfortable truth as a people. Not everyone should get a say when it comes to common good. I don't think everybody should have a say. Because when you hear some people talk on public opinion, people like Umai, people like Akpabio, those we should have a platform that affect public good, what Latima will call culminate bonum. No, they should not. Because when the survival of a country is on the line, we can't keep treating the lazy, the lazy people and people that should not even have a say. Because the comfortable excuses I think we have here is that the elite, we always have this idea that the elite have valid point of view. In my opinion, I think that is not right. Because millions of kids are shut down on their education. In several states, as I speak to you in Nigeria today, they might not have WAEC this year because of the same situation. More than 3,000 schools have been closed. So those Sharia ideology is already winning. They don't need to do much because they've already established more than what they even, I think they even bargained for. So, and where is the real pushback? Where is the real pushback from within? In a broader community, in a very serious community, I think that even the Muslim community should be speaking out loud now more than ever. But for some reasons, I might be wrong, we have seen some kind of unprecedented silence from the Muslim community. If they say that these people are not part of their religion, I'm not trying to blackmail the religion, but let's just face the fact here, very tough. If they think that people are not part of that, they should be the one vehemently and substantially attacking these people's ideology. But what do we have in Nigeria? There seems to be some silence in some religious aspects. And people are not trying to bring the physical act into this whole thing. And I think that we cannot achieve things like this. And when people say that, that insecurity in Nigeria is complex, you can't achieve it. You can't achieve security. I think that's the blunted lie. Nigeria is not the only country that have faced internal crises and have succeeded. I always like to use the example of El Salvador. Nahib. How did Nahib tackle insecurity in his own country? They wanted to believe that insecurity has some impossible generational puzzle. That is a blatant lie. And that was why I started with the statement that the Nigerian government is the one killing Nigerians. Because when we look at how El Salvador was able to tackle two most violent, brutal gangs of the world in his time, that is genius. This guy didn't go out borrowing loans to tackle insecurity. It wasn't negotiating with terrorists. It amazes me a lot that we have a system where we call terrorists and we are sitting and they are even organizing meetings with governors, people that should be chief security officers in the state. The terrorists are killing our military personnel, wearing their camo to the meetings, and nothing has been done. So we have come to a state where the human life in Nigeria has now become nothing more than a fly. It amuses me a lot. And I always say that if Nayib Bukele of El Salvador in 2015 can turn its country that was known as the murder capital of the world to the safest country in Latin America, it is achievable anywhere if the country is serious. What did he do? He declared a state of emergency in that country. In fact, he would say on one of his interviews that he had to lock down neighborhoods so he can fish out these people. He built a 90,000 capacity prison in the middle of nowhere. So the only way out of this nightmare that we're in is Nigeria is to break out of this, what I call the Pharisaic, this performative politics. Because if we want to save this civilization in Nigeria that we have, we must completely unravel ourselves of this nonsense that we do. And a minister can stand and say that God is watching. What God is watching? You have been appointed to do a job. You are part of an administration that has been that has been unproductive. How can we have a nation where more than 40 people have been taken away? And it took social media brouhaha to force the president to give a comment after 20 days. That alone should worry us as a people. That alone should. How can we have a nation that more than 20 million children are out of school, 3,000 schools closed because of Boko Haram? It's appalling. And then we have the wife of the so-called president giving cars in the middle of this tension. It worries me a lot, and it comes to mind to me. What exactly are we leaving behind? And I think this whole system needs a total overhauling, because it's appalling to see our mothers cry in the bush. When you look at the faces of these Fulani guys, they don't look like human beings. These are animals. They are blood-sucking demons. These guys don't understand civility. And someone is saying here that non-violence. When you have unusual situation, you have to tackle it unusually. You can't talk about civility to a Fulani. He doesn't understand that. You only understand guns are blazing. You can't negotiate with a Fulani bandit. Someone that goes into a school, kill people, unalive people, and come to TikTok, and it's just a lot that we can talk about. But what is the way forward? Something has to be done, and something revolutionary has to be done. People need to sacrifice their well-being to make sure that we get to point A. If not, we'll keep complaining about this whole thing, and it's never going to stop. And I'm happy because people will say, "Oh, that I'm a bastard because I'm a bad person," and I'm speaking about the Tinubu administration. I don't fucking care, because when this whole thing started in Lagos, we knew that the Tinubu administration would be a total calamity. We knew if you stayed in Lagos, proper born and bred in Lagos, we knew that Tinubu did nothing. Last Jaconde gave a blueprint to what we have in Lagos. But this guy came inside he built Lagos. We knew that this guy will fail woefully, because there's nothing he has done in Lagos. The Lagos is that he built. What hospital do we have there? Nothing. Nothing is working. So when we have a brewing situation that leads to calamity, and we see the signs that we clear from onset, that we are putting ourselves into a very critical and corrosive situation in Nigeria, and we allowed ourselves to plunge it into that depth, we are gone. And the Tinubu that I know does not let go easily. He's a tax collector. Doesn't let go easily. So all this Peter Obi and co, I really want to change, but this guy is a handler. He doesn't let go. And I pray, I hope that something radical would happen, and we can save ourselves from this blood-sucking demon. But again, I will say that there's no Fulani men. The Fulani men is this current administration. I yield my mic here for now. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
Thank you so much, Otumba, for joining us. If this is your first time, I don't know what they do in my church. They used to sing a song. You are welcome in the name of the Lord. But anyway, thank you for coming, and we hope you will keep joining us. All right, we have to round up on this topic. We have Ife and Ike. I think they are the two remaining. Before they speak, let me bring back Forefathers before he forgets what he wanted to say. Forefathers, go ahead before.
Yeah, thanks for giving me a chance to respond. I did say that they will start attacking me for saying that we should secure our country by recruiting people. I think the last speaker mentioned Salvador. Why he was doing that, I checked the country security posture. And when the president came into office, Chinda, I think, or something he mentioned. When he came into office, he said he wanted to take over control of his territory. And the first thing he did was to increase the size of the military. He more than doubled the size of the military from 2021 to now. This is a country of 6 million people, and they have 50,000 soldiers. By that standard, if Nigeria wants to have that, times 6 million divided by this in 30 million, then you multiply the number of soldiers we have now. So you will see that we'll be looking at millions of soldiers if Nigeria did what he did. And I'm not even asking for that, yet Nigerians are attacking me. But that is what we do. When somebody suggests a solution, you start shutting him down, insulting him, and telling him that you think you are so smart and all the rest. What does it matter? What does it matter who I am? It doesn't even if I'm correct, what is wrong with agreeing with me? Am I such an evil person that did I wish your family member dead? I want them to live. Are you the enemy of your own family? What is your problem? I don't know. Sometimes I don't understand our people. Why are you fighting me? If I hear what I agree with, I will go with you. That's why, what did they say? I said I wanted to see what Kulata is writing. Because if he's saying the right thing, why shouldn't I follow him? Because it's going to stop the killing. What is it? Why do we just fight for stupid reasons that don't even make sense? If it's going to help solve the problem, follow it. This is why we see solutions all around us. We can't even follow it. There are solutions all around us from El Salvador. Every country you look at it, the same pattern repeats itself. He also went on to even upgrade the gadgets that they have in the country. And this is a country that was already, based on their population, even more militarized than Nigeria. They were already more militarized. If you go by their population, they used to have 20,000 soldiers, and they had only 6 million people. If you go by their numbers, they're already more militarized than Nigeria before he even upgraded it even further. Why are we like this? We like our children to be kidnapped. Then they will start be begging 20-something days in a camp. Some of them, they will marry them off. And we'll say we are doing our best. Start cursing the country on top of it. Maybe you should be cursing yourself. Some of all you people that are doing this thing, you should be cursing yourself because you are the ones causing the problem. Because you go around seeing solutions everywhere, you reject it. Even when your people tell you the same, you reject them too. What did I do you? I don't wish your family dead. I want them to survive. And you are cursing me. Are you the enemy of your people too? I beg you.
All right. Thank you, Forefathers. Let's go to Ike. Ike, welcome to the show.
Doctor, I thought my sister feed promotion. Okay, if you allow me to say so, no problem. Yeah, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everybody. Happy Saturday. Well, I think my brother Otumba and KJ have spoken whatever I wanted to say. My brother Otumba, I hope that you continue to come in this platform and will continue to enjoy your contribution to see a better country called Nigeria. You know, what I used to say here every time, that Nigeria is going to happen to everybody, you know, and it is coming to fulfillment. It is in Oyo State today, right? Or for the past 1 week or 2 weeks. Which state is going to be next? It's going to go round. And by the time it goes round, those people who are clapping for this government, who goes to different platforms, both national and internet, to play politics of double mouth, but indirectly they are supporting this government and collecting peanut from this government. It's going to affect everybody. There is no escaping goat. There is no, you see all these ones, this millionaire, these ministers, and you see their private jet. when it will come, before they reach their private jet, the private jet is on fire. Nigeria is going to happen to everybody. And because by the time it happened to everybody, those who know the truth will begin to speak the truth. But it is always, we always continue to hide on the truth. Because it's not me today. Maybe it's not you today. Maybe it's going to be you tomorrow, right? We want a country that works. But if the country is not working, why don't we accept that this country is not working and find a solution together and leave the politics of this politics of tribalism, this politics of this politics of tribe and religion and stuff like that? Why don't we stop it? KJ just made a step. If you think a Fulani man who is carrying cow everywhere, if you think that is good for Nigeria, it's coming to your doorstep. We all live in a developed world. I go to Holland every year. You go to where they have their cows. It's a kind of a village. Everybody have their farm. You want to buy cow, you want to go and buy meat. But our own is roaming the street. The cow is even more important than lives in Nigeria, right? So I don't have much to say. I just want to thank my brother. And also Omai, who said that the Igbos, that the Biafra we have been looking for, that we have found it in Tunumbu, right? And you see, everybody's going to drink the water. You understand what I mean? Everybody going to chop the breakfast. You understand what I mean? So he's going to chop the breakfast. If Tunumbu has become the Biafra we are looking for, no problem. We are still alive. God keep all of us alive, and we shall all always see that Biafra that the man in Azorok has given us. So. All right.
Thank you, Ike. Let me point out a few things. One is this is from 2023, as they were preparing Tinubu's inauguration. They assured the country that no cow will loiter in Abuja. So they have they can control that if they actually wanted to control that. Tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are going to invite or have Aloy Ejimako, the attorney for Nnamdi Kanu. He will join us for the show tomorrow. So we are going to look beyond 2027 elections, talk about Nnamdi Kanu and the future of Nigeria. We will also talk about Gowon and other things. So you are welcome to join us tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Nigerian time, 1:30 p.m. New York, for what we hope will be an interesting conversation. All right, to end this segment, we bring in Ife. Ife, welcome to the show.
Okay. Good evening. I don't have anything to say. The only thing I have to say is this. We all know what famous Abacha told us. If any insurgency lasts more than 24 hours, go ask the government, right? So all these things we are talking about here, do you think the government, they don't know what to do to stop what is happening in Nigeria? Is that what you're telling me? Papudoka, I heard when I was coming back, I heard when you said, he said something about the only thing Tinubu knows, anything that concerns Tinubu, he will get it done within 24 hours. So may I ask anybody, tell me what law they have passed in the National Assembly that have benefited Nigerians, other than all the laws they have passed in Nigeria for the past 3.5 years, has to do with Tinubu? No, honestly speaking, that's the only thing I can think of. So I don't have anything to say other than the government, they know what is happening, and there is nothing can be done about it. I just feel sorry for the kids in the bush. It's going to be like Chibok girls. Sooner or later, we won't even be talking. Gradually, we are moving on. Before they give them 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we won't hear about them anymore. And we might never hear anything about it. I saw Sheyi Makinde went and visited for Adela, that his nephew and sister, they were kidnapped, but he did not go to visit other families, one after the other. And you're telling me that these people, they actually care about me and you. Nigeria is gradually becoming like Afghanistan. That is where we're heading to. Sooner or later, you will see these people, they will come in the broad daylight, come to your house, knock, bring somebody and cut off their head, and nothing will happen. We lost 8 soldiers yesterday. I don't know if any of you saw the video. You can't even believe that these are human beings. And the government, they are not saying anything. Are you telling me that they are helpless or that they don't know what to do? Former general, former retired, whatever, was kidnapped with his wife. You know, the audacity of these people. You know, it seems as if we don't even have government. We are busy. These people are busy talking about 2027 election. They're not even talking about the kids in the bush. No, none of them. They're gradually politicizing it like Wike and Co. Every day we come here, we talk about what is happening in Nigeria. Are you telling me these people, they don't know what to do to fix Nigeria or to fix this insecurity? Or more, this is just the beginning. You see, next week, it's going to get worse. Upper week is going to get worse. Next month, this is how it's going to continue. Sooner or later, we won't be talking about it anymore. We will say that 100 people were kidnapped and pied and chop off their head. We'll be like, okay, let's talk about what is happening in Iran. We are gradually getting there. So I don't have anything to say. I'm just listening, chilling. If I have to say something, I will jump in and say something. But for now, we move. Nigeria, my country. Oh, a little bit of what KJ said. KJ, I agree with you. I think I've said this before. Nigeria is like a marriage. If it doesn't work out, everybody go. But how can everybody go when you have bandits on TikTok, people dropping their account number? Tomorrow, if they kidnap one of your family members, you come online to ask us to contribute money. I just don't understand. We are just the citizens. There is no difference between the citizens and the politicians. There is no difference. The only 2 jobs that pays in Nigeria now is either you're a politician or you're a bandit. That is it. If they give some of these youths, promise them 2 million or 1 million, you will see them join them. So I'm not going to come here anymore and criticize the politicians because the youth are worse than the politicians themselves. How can somebody that is a thief, is a bandit, is this and that, they boldly come on TikTok asking you people to put your account numbers, doing giveaway. And Nigerians are busy. Even some of them I heard, I'm not on TikTok, we're gifting them. And you're telling me that this is the country that we're going to rescue this youth? Or more. I'm listening. I don't have anything. We move.
Dr. Dalidi, sorry. Breaking news, they rescued the power minister's sister and 2 sons. So if you go on Arise...
They did not rescue them. They paid ransom. When you say rescued, it's like...
that's what... I'm only reading the news for you.
They paid ransom.
I'm only reading it on Arise.
I know, my brother. I know what you mean.
So I'm just putting it out there.
No, I don't. Yeah, I know what you mean. They were not rescued. They paid ransom. And to be honest with you, that's kidnapping. I think it's just the people that know them very well because it's not out of ordinary. Come on now.
All right, thank you, Ife. Let's listen to.
Can I comment on the topic because I'm not actually commented on the topic. I was just responding to the attacks. I didn't say anything about anything else.
Okay, hold on. I'll come to you.
Every terrorist by name and by location. You to see Turji and Dogokite in the thickness of forest is easier than for you to see a president.
That was Gumi talking about, he's always insisted that the government knows who are the bandits and where they are. And just to reinforce that quote from Abacha, I wish that we have videos of Abacha saying some of the things that are attributed to him. But let's look at...
ṣé ẹ mẹ́ni ẹni ẹ pè wọ́n láti mọ̀ ẹ pè wọ́n ẹ pọ̀ pẹ̀lú ọmọ pẹ̀. ẹ sọ wọ́n pẹ̀lú ọmọ fámìlì ẹ̀kẹ́.
Anyway, mọ́tò yẹn kan ṣẹlẹ̀ náà, èsì ló ń ṣe. Mọ́tò yẹn kò fi ṣe. Ó ti ṣẹlẹ̀, èsì yẹn ni yẹn náà. Ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ wà kọ́lọ́kọ̀ wá gbọ́ ọ̀nà. Ẹ má fọwọ́ kan mọ́tò. Ẹgbẹ́ kẹlẹ́ bá a bọ̀ báyọ̀ ni. Wọ́n ní wọ́n ń lo àwọn ọmọ wọ́n náà bá tẹ̀kẹ̀ báyìí. Lọ́wọ́ kí kíláàbù ní ilé wúrà ní ìsinmi o.
All right, that was what goes for reactions in Nigeria. So, forefathers, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Since all of them spoke for long for the cow, everything. So, that Fulani young man that was confronting the man camera, videoing the cows. I don't understand why he felt the need to speak to the man like that. It's almost as if he didn't expect that people are supposed to be free to do such a thing in Nigeria. And there is, I think maybe there's something that is actually true out there, that some Fulanis have an overinflated sense of significance in the Nigerian space, and that can lead to problems. And I begin to take what you are saying seriously regarding the Rwandan situation, because that's how the Tutsis saw themselves, where they felt like, okay, they are going to control everything, and there's a rising tide going on, and people are not liking what you're doing, and you're walking around strutting around like as if you own the place. And that is a dangerous thing, and he is exposing his people to some danger. The way he was sounding arrogant, telling a grown man driving his car that was obstructed by your cows not to video this thing. That is unbelievable stuff. And that kind of arrogance, I think northern leaders and Fulani should be reining their people in. If anything, if I was them, I would be pulling back and say, you know what, let's calm down a bit, because this stuff is getting a little bit too hot. And this sort of behavior from both sides can lead to serious consequences. Because when I try to investigate the history, I really wish I knew Agwin Rossi as a person and what he truly stood for, because there were missteps that led to the catastrophe that we saw after his ascension into office. Because if he was like, let's say, any other leader, even in the image of Abacha, that dispassionate about tribe, or someone like a passenger, if he was like that, and he did things that signaled that he didn't care about any region, maybe he would have ended up the best president in the country. Because his instinct to put the Nigerian country together, because from what I gather, he saw that we were very divided. And, even Lee Kuan Yew that came to Nigeria saw it during that period. He saw how divided we are. He as a matter of fact, he learned a lesson for his own country, never to be like that from Nigeria. So if Agwin Rossi came to stop that trend, that divisive nature that we have, that's why he he created a unitary system, which is a good thing to do. But the misstep was that the people that caused the loss of life of so many Northerners, they kept them alive. That little misstep made all the difference. Because this is why you are not going to call someone like Abacha somebody like he supports Northerners. Because the guy removed the Sultan of Sokoto. He dealt with Northerners like rubbish, and dealt with Sultan, he dealt with everybody. If you are dispassionate and when you are dispersing your justice or your injustice, it's for everybody, then at least people are not going to feel sectional. They are not going to make it tribal. And I fear that some of the things going on in Nigeria today, that these Muslims are doing right now, if their leaders make a misstep like that, like the kind of catastrophic misstep that Agwin Rossi made, it could lead to serious consequences. Because in the Southwest, I can see that anytime they see a shadow, is a Fulani bandit now. And in the South, the same thing. So you can see that there's a lot of tension going on, and this thing could spill out of control very easily. And I'm really, really saddened to see that Nigerian leaders are silent about some of all these things. And our church members, imams, all of them, these are people we trust that are supposed to be advocating for the preservation of life and stability. but they don't make that their priority. What else is more important than peace in the realm that you operate? But this is the Nigeria that we live in, where people that are supposed to be advocating for stability and things that bring us together so that we can actually work to build ourselves up, they are not doing anything for it. If anything, the only person that I've seen in Nigeria that has actually done something to actually help Nigeria is only Dangote so far. The rest are just shouting and talking nonsense left and right. And many of us on this panel were even sounding a little bit bigoted towards other groups. How are we going to fix the country? Any injustice is a problem for everybody. The war that the Nigerians fought against the South, how did that help Nigeria? If we fight against them, it's not going to help us. If you want to fight bandits here, there's bandits in Niger, there's bandits in Mali, there's bandits everywhere in Africa now. Because we are such a weak people, we don't defend ourselves. You don't see that in the North, like North Africa said, apart from Libya that was decimated. You have to make your country strong. And if Nigeria is strong, I'm telling you, if Nigeria is strong, all other African countries will take heart from it. They will become more energized. We have to make ourselves strong. We have to make sure that our lives are protected, our borders are protected, and our people are protected everywhere in this world. But until we start doing that, you have to admit we don't even value our lives. And those Fulanis that are doing some of the things that they are doing, they really need to check themselves. Because some of the things that are going on in this country that I even see them doing too. That's not because all of them, when Southerners complain, it's not because they are just being tribalistic or being, they have animosity towards Muslims or Fulanis. Because some of the Fulanis are behaving like that. They are acting entitled. You can't be crossing the road, blocking people's ways. And some of them, okay, how about the praying one too? You are praying, you block everybody's road. Why do you do that? Why do people behave like that? In a country where you want everybody to live well together, what imam is coordinating people to pray so that you block the road so that people cannot drive past? I personally really don't understand it. And let me finish with this one. Burkina Faso, the leader, saw this problem. And he said, you know what, religious leaders have to be a little bit more responsible. They have to ensure there is a peace in the country. They have to try to coordinate themselves very well. And one of the leaders went and made a statement that he is not God to be able to tell them that. Imagine that kind of stuff. Because he is busy fighting Islamic militants. He's saying that you imams should be a little bit more careful with the kind of language you are using, because that's maybe what is driving the young people to go and join this extremists. And you come and start telling him he's not God. And then when they arrest him, most of them come out on the street to come and protest. You see the problem we are facing. They are telling you not to cause problem in your country, and you go and try to fight the government for trying to do that. So you want to put your Islamic faith first. Those same people that are protesting against the leader of Traore, the leader of Burkina Faso, if they were in Sudan, there will be meat for other Muslims because they are not Arabs. Our senseless behavior needs to stop. We have to start advocating for our own people's safety. If you want to practice your religion peacefully. There's no reason why you can't practice religion peacefully. What is wrong with that? Everybody should live peacefully together. I will say this because when I observe the Nigerian space, this is why recently I'm more leaning towards the South-South behavior. The South-South, the South-East, their behavior, even the ethnic behavior, they tend to be very peaceful people. They don't start wars unnecessarily, or they don't start fighting people unnecessarily. They prefer to interact peacefully with people. I'm saying this based on the way they carry themselves. The way some of these Northerners carry themselves is not good. You can't say because somebody attacked you, they stole your car and everything, you start going to massacre a village. And they keep excusing your behavior. And I really wish that more Muslims come out and challenge some of this behavior. I must say the young man too also said it. I have to admit that the young man said he's not going to go back into the bush because bandits are in the bush. So I don't know what he means by that, by saying that bandits are in the bush. Then the driver told him, but those bandits are Fulanis too. But he didn't want to engage in that conversation. You see that kind of attitude, that the bandits are Fulanis, but he didn't want to engage in that conversation. But I'll leave it there. Our people, we need to do better. That's all I can say. Because if you don't, we are all going to pay for it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, forefathers. You brought up the issue of people praying on the street. I think we'll go on break with that video. And when we come back, we will do the rants, and we will also talk about international affairs. Thank you. Okay.
Kind of stupid country we are in. Very useless country. Okay. Salah, praise God, it's your celebration. You are praying on the road. Look at, cars are on standstill. Nobody can move. We are going to work. Nobody's moving. Everybody is on standstill. And we have officials in this country. We have people that are working in this country. We have armed forces in this country. Why can't Christians to come and pray on the road? And Buddhists also come and pray on the road. Look at, cars are on standstill. People are going to work. Everybody's on standstill waiting for a particular religion to pray. If every religion comes outside to pray on the road like this, is this how we are going to continue living in this country? This prayer better solves our insecurity in this country. This prayer they are praying better solves our insecurity. Look at, see, stand still everywhere. And there are armed forces in this, so nobody can tell them to clear the road they want to pass. Nobody. Everybody, they keep quiet. We don't even feel pass again.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for spending your Saturday with us. We appreciate you. We left off where we were talking about, I think Father mentioned prayers, closing the road, and how the Fulani guy was speaking. And I was thinking about social contract, that concept of social contract, we don't do this a lot in Nigeria. If we poor people just approach a Nigerian and tell them about the concept of social contract, what do they think they owe the nation? What kind of relationship do they owe each other? I don't think we have things like that. People essentially live in their own world and do their own thing. They don't understand the fact that we have said, or that maybe somebody signed on behalf of us, Nigerians, that we have something in common. We have to share this space, and we have to and live together in that space. And there are things we have to give and take as a result of that. I don't think we have discussed that to the level where regular people will understand that. Even the government, they don't show the sign that they too understand that. When you round up people because they are Fulani, because they are beggars, and you threaten to take them back to the north, it may not be a popular opinion, but if you say you are a country, that you've signed up, that you're going to be a country, you have to figure out a different way to handle those situations. Anyway, we're moving on. We want to talk about international politics. I know a lot of people are interested in Iran.
Rudolph, before you move, can I address this issue Fafada just raised? That's what actually joins you.
What issue?
The issue of people pray on the road, the issue of...
Ignore, for real.
Okay. Hold on. Have you prayed on the road before?
No, I don't pray on the road. I just wanted to acknowledge, I think there is... yeah, just give me 1 minute. So,
okay, all right, go ahead.
Yeah, basically, Fulani, Fafada, don't call Fulani Hesme, you call it Islam with that. First of all, this is problem number one. You see, the Muslim population in Nigeria is over 100 million. Sometimes when I try to correct your taste, you think I'm supporting Muslims. No, this is not the issue. It's just like when IPOB and ESN were disturbing in the East. You did call them Christian. The Niger Delta militant, you did call them Christian. You refer them as Niger Delta militant. You see, if you know anybody that know Fulani very well, they don't care about religion. Investigate. You know, have friends in the north. Fulani met people in the bush, all these Fulani headsmen, they don't care about religion. Fact check me on this issue. You see, when you keep calling them attached to Islam, you are empowering them. They feel a power. And Muslims feel insulted. Sometimes you say, oh, Muslims should denounce them. I'll be speaking here, I'll be lashing out at them. These people are animals. They don't have, there is no basis in religion that support their foolishness. There is none. No Muslim. That's why
nothing you're saying is these guys are not going to listen to you, my man. Like they got their mind made up. Ignore them. Just ignore them.
No. It's good for us to still address it, right? So the other thing of I want to say, you see, Muslims that pray on the road, it's not a deliberate thing, and no imam or no Muslim mosque leadership that permit them to pray on the road. Here is what happened. People, these are latecomer to the mosque. Usually, mosques that are close to the road, before, say, for example, they want to pray by 2, the mosque is full, the side of the mosque is full. When they get there, with that rush, instead of them probably to wait or look for another mosque, they will not do that. They occupy, there is road nearby, they just occupy it. With the mind, oh, it's just going to be 5 minutes, we'll be done. I'm not saying it's right, it's not right. A lot of imam actually condemn all this action, but they will not list it. It's not that Muslims support them. Oh, you know what? If you don't have anywhere to pray, pray on the road. So this is what usually happens. If you talk to other people doing this, I will not even, because of fear, I will not even have that mind to go pray on the road. What if a car lose a brake and just go out by people? So it's not a deliberate thing, but they just do it with the mind, oh, it's gonna be few minutes, let me just do it and just run away. This is why you see them doing it. It's not deliberate. Thank you.
Then you should agree with me. The imams are condemning them, and I'm saying that behavior is not acceptable.
Yeah, it's bad. I agree with you on
let
that.
me just finish about the Fulani. When it appears as if I conflated it with Islam, it was because I was talking about the things that are leading to animosity between tribes and groups in Nigeria. I was talking about the way some Fulanis have an inflated sense of importance, and then you see people that are inconsiderate blocking the road. Those sort of things is what rubs people off the wrong way. It creates bad atmosphere.
Yeah, on the roads, I agree with you. You see, when people talk of Christian genocide, that's why I tell them it's not. Father, this thing is easy to verify. When you go to the north, you go take statistics of the people, both the Boko Haram and Fulani have, but they kill way more Muslims. You don't even need data from US to verify this. If you go to US website, it will still be verified, but you don't need that data. If you go to Femi have a lot of.
No, I agree with you. That is not the point. I'm just saying that we have to learn to respect each other. Like Dr. Damage was saying.
Completely. That is why the issue in Nigeria about the insecurity is the failure of the government. We need to, all of us, if you keep politicizing this matter, we're not going to get anywhere. Both the Muslim, Christian, wherever, both the church, we need to condemn it. We need to go after the government. They need to do the right thing to nip this in the bud. So it's not going to help anybody. We are all suffering. They pick people from the board. Do they ask you if you are a Muslim or Christian? They are, look at what they do to people, both in the north, in the south, everywhere. So it is time for us to come together and unite, push this government to the wall, let them do the right thing. Because this one we are blaming ourselves. It's not going to help us anywhere. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, AY. Thank you, forefathers. So let's move a little bit to international affairs. Ebola is still going on in Democratic Republic of Congo, Uganda, and other places in Africa. There's fear, and the Kenyans are still kicking against the US, trying to build a hospital there. In America, we have the World Cup coming to the US, Canada, and Mexico. If you're close to a place where they're playing the game, you may go and watch it. Nigeria is not participating. That's something going on, and people are excited about that. At the beginning, I mentioned about our Knicks. We are in New York. The Knicks are the NBA Finals, and we're happy over here. But I want us to talk about Iran, where things stand, all the geopolitics people, and the whole calculations about what we're expecting now in the next few days. Let me start with you, Mr. James. It's been a while we heard from you. So you can take any of the international stories and give us what your concern is about that. You don't have to touch on everything.
Okay, I'll prefer to just make a few minutes comment on South Africa.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Yeah, the Nigerian government, from what we are hearing, I don't know if it is true, they started compiling the list of those they want to elect back home to Nigeria. If it's true or not, I don't know. But from the look of this, the South African government is badly worried about the situation. They want to send envoys to most African countries and other countries outside Africa to explain the position of government as far as this matter is concerned. I think that is the latest that should be of interest to us. But
I heard that they're going door to door.
Yes, that is true. Yeah, the disturbing thing is that it's taking, in fact, it has been a tribal problem which non-South Africans are unable to see. They've been going from door to door. A place like Eastcourt, Durban, that is KwaZulu-Natal, the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and Gauteng, that is where Pretoria and Johannesburg is. So these are the main areas of interest. They're going from door to door, evicting people. And one terribly sad thing is this: the South African government, from the look of things, they are pretending to be against the action of the rioters. The spaza shop, I don't know what to call it in Nigeria. While I was there, it was this Coca-Cola kiosk. The spaza shop where they sell their petty things that has been, the people who have been evicted are still in the country. It's only the Ghanaians and the Mozambicans who have left. The Somalians, the Nigerians, and Zimbabwe, most of them are still in South Africa, but the government, the local governments of South Africa, they work out modalities to give these shops to South African indigents. So it means that the government is tacitly supporting what they are doing. They've allocated 4 or 500 million rands to give to South Africans who will be allocated these shops. In fact, they are taking over the shops from them and giving it out to South African nationals. So that is the situation.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. James. Let me come to you. Sola, do you have any of the international stories you want to comment on? We're running out of time.
Which one do you, apart from the Ebola?
It could be Iran, it could be Ebola in East Africa, it could be South Africa, it could be anyone. It could be the World Cup, anyone you want to comment on at this point.
I think I will talk about Iran World Cup. The World Cup, I think, according to statistics, a lot of people are getting angry because of the what the US has placed in terms of visa. I can't say visa restriction, but what they are demanding from people, and in which is also costing the US tourism, in which they've lost revenue. Hotels and all these places are complaining as well, gradually in terms of preparation for it, and people are not turning up as it should be, not simply because they don't want to turn up, but it's simply because of the restriction. Even the German minister told the German citizens traveling that, they should, if they're going to the US, they should be very, very careful, and also regarding whatever they ask of them at the point of entry. So in one way it's not bad as far as I'm concerned, but it's simply because it's just Trump. Trump is trying to do whatever he wants to do. Regarding Iran, to be honest with you, I think Trump should just take a victory lap and call it quits and let this thing end. Just want to.
What would the victory be?
He's just say, oh yeah, we've decimated them like he did last year. Oh, we've obliterated, because that's his English, We've obliterated their nuclear, whatever. I mean, to be honest with you, Khamenei will never, his son will never come out. That is if he's alive. He will not come out, because they're only luring him to come out so that they can kill him once again if he's not dead. I just feel that all these gimmick that they're playing, they should just let everything go, because these guys, they're not going to give up. They will stall the game, and they know that the world will always be on their side if US comes in and invade their land, because a lot of people are going to talk. But what will the world do? Still nothing. So just like we are all looking at what Russia is doing to Ukraine, but Ukraine is fighting back as well. So over time, if you see this war that is going on with Iran, it is a slow war. So Trump should just take a victory lap, as far as I'm concerned, and just move on. With the Ebola thing, I don't know, to be honest with you. I think, like I said last week, it's just a distraction. To be honest, I'm not saying that the virus doesn't exist. It does, but it is a very, very big distraction, because it's not the only place that will have a virus and it's not yet being contained. Like I did research, the area that this Ebola is more prominent
it is the area where they are mining a lot of their minerals. Why is it that it's always happening in where they are mining minerals? Why is it not happening somewhere else? So sometimes don't look at what they are selling to you at the front. Look at the back to understand exactly what is going on. So the Ebola is just there just to cover people's face and do whatever they want to do. But that is not exactly what is going on. So that's just what I think regarding the world and the rest of it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Jagon, it's a chance. You don't have to comment on everything. We want to prepare and rant. But if you can, Jagon, I like the people in the UK. They've not told us enough about what's going on with the Reform Party. I heard that one guy wanted Nigerians to be used to fill in the potholes. You guys don't tell us what's going on there. Are you okay? Is everything okay for?
Well, regarding that subject, I mean, it's difficult to know what to speak about given the plethora of subjects that are on hand. But regarding reform and what's going on in the UK, we as Black people, we've got to be careful and we've got to be observant. You see, there's a lot of global manipulation going on right now. The West is in trouble. And they are manipulating the news. They are reframing subjects that, if you're Black like me, then you bulk at a lot of their positioning, their suggestions. The Reform Party is a bigoted, racist party. We have to really understand that. On top of which, because politics is more or less broken, not just in the UK, all over the world, it's broken. And it's broken largely because of resources and the economics. And within this, there are idiots who are coming to the fore, just like we have President, what's his name? How can I forget the stupid man's name? President of America right now. He's a royal dunce, a royal dunce. I think you saw the way King Charles, you slapped him about the face lyrically, and he didn't even know he was being slapped. It was an electric difference in class that was quite open. The whole idea of Reform Party is just news. The person who was recently killed last year, actually, in December, he was a Polish or Polish parentage at least. And this guy was killed by a Sikh. And the way they framed it, they were comparing what happened to him to what happened to
George Floyd.
Once again, please.
George Floyd.
Thank you very much. To George Floyd. And when you see this kind of comparison, you understand that there's an agenda. There is an agenda. They are calling themselves now those who are suffering racism because the police didn't believe the white person and the police believed the brown person, as they are putting it. So there are idiots in the media who are now speaking of reverse racism. You and I know that white people generally don't understand racism because they haven't suffered under it. However, me and you can't do anything about racism, or don't be put in a position where you and I feel as though we can do anything about racism. The only people that can do anything about racism are the people who set up the whole ideology of racism. The whole ideology of racism was set up a good 500-600 years ago. And we, as Black people, have been the ones who have suffered under it the most. So with this imagery of what is called racism, you know that they are trying to set something up. We are a minority, a great minority in this country as Black people. And we have been fighting, and they have this new phrase called double justice or double policing, something silly like that. which is to say that there's one rule for them and another rule for us, depicting that white people are suffering under this regime, this repositioning of police. And I have to put it to you, since I've been growing up in this country, there's always been this aspect of double policing, whereby we as black people have received a different level of policing than every other ethnicity in the country. Now, given that, we have learned and we have pushed, we have advised, we have tried to let the authorities understand that this can't go on. We are being treated differently. They ignored good 20, 30 years of our racism, and now they're coming to say that they are being the ones who have been looked at as the ones who are victimized, that we never believed the white man. The white man is suffering. Rubbish, man, rubbish. And we have to really understand that it's rubbish. We have to understand what's coming out of the news on a daily basis, because they're trying to reposition themselves as the victims. Meanwhile, they're the ones who have all the guns, all the ammunition, and they're the ones who can oppress. A black man can't oppress anyone apart from themselves, which, unfortunately, is what we are positioning ourselves to do. It's quite sad. It's quite sad what's going on. And it's quite sad the level of blatant bullshitness of the European setting themselves up as the victim. I mean, it's like you need a slap in the face. It's talking rubbish in my presence. I personally don't like it. I bulk at it. I did want to just go on a little bit and say, look, you see, between what they call FBA in America and the xenophobia that is taking place in South Africa and the general idiocy of our people who don't like to pronounce honesty. We don't really like honesty. We are doing the job of CIA or whoever's behind all this idiotic rhetoric that is coming out of the mouths of black people, that is largely setting us against each other, as opposed to bringing us together. It is very wearing and tiring for me when I listen to some of these horrible ways of thinking. I'm thinking, are we going forward? Are we going forward? You know, again, I'll just land on this. The issues that we have as black people are mounting. They're becoming more and more. And unfortunately, we're going the wrong way. Our issues between ourselves should be becoming less and less. But because there are idiots in this planet, idiots on platforms as our one here, idiots, people that don't know how to speak properly, people that speak because they're offended, people that speak rubbish because they feel, I don't know, bro. But what comes out of their mouth, it's like useless. It doesn't assist anyone. It's like, if I was running the show, there'll be people that will never come back to this platform again. Thank you, anyway.
All right, thank you, Jagon. We appreciate you. Femi, you're next.
So, thank you. A couple of bullet points, and my first bullet point: full disclosure. I wrote on Lassa fever in my previous life as a microbiology virology student. Lassa fever is related to Ebola. I wasn't going to talk about this, but only because this is only in reaction to what Sola said earlier. And it may have been inadvertent, but sometimes when we do not know, we do not know. It's an existential threat in itself. It's been like that since 1976, just about the same time Lassa, the Lassa virus was discovered in a village called Lassa in Jos. So I would not necessarily count it as something that's been, I mean, it's possible, but I would not necessarily just wave it aside as easily as he has. It's a serious, I mean, it's one of the very few, there's another one called Marburg. These are all related in a way to even yellow fever as well. It's just that they're more severe. They fall under what they call about safety level 4 virus that requires containment. It's extreme. It's not something that should be taken lightly. It's only gotten worse over the decades, I'll say over the years, is being elevated to its own separate level of importance. And remember, some of these things are making not only in the case of measles, for example, a comeback, but they're getting to this level only because of what is referred to as gain of function research that's being heightened by a lot of countries. So mark this space. One of these things it might not necessarily be Ebola, but one of these things might just be the beginning of how what's it called? COVID started. You know, it started like a joke. So, but that's on one hand. The one thing I really wanted to concentrate on just before you stop me was the update on Iran. Again, I like to go global to local because we're interconnected, and I understand that we're not alone in this world. A lot of what's happening in Nigeria continues to be dictated by what's happening in the world, a la the CIA, the M16, and what have you. Even if we have to also blame ourselves as Africans and as Nigerians. Some of us we're continuously labeled as being conspiracy theorists. But you know, today we're here. We see what's happening. Iran is showing us the way. Aid them or loathe them, they're showing us the way. And for those of us who have gone to, like I typically would say, we may not have known better in the past, but we know exactly what's happening now. So nobody can fool us anymore, you know. But for those that are yet to join our camp to understand the dynamics of how the world actually works versus what we're told, welcome. Because again, someone amongst, I don't know if it was John Mearsham that famously said, Persia, that's the graveyard of empires. Welcome to 2026. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Femi.
Rudolph, I beg your pardon. I just wanted to add to what Femi has said about Ebola. It is important to note that the chemicals used in oil, in gold mining, the properties, they are like cyanide. In fact, they have cyanide in them. Cyanide poisoning is very similar to Ebola in terms of what the factors that are there. And they are using the cyanide poisoning within the DRC to suggest Ebola is taking place. There is a lot going on behind the... What we hear on TV is secondary to what's going on. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Saxonia.
Yes, sir. So what are we talking about?
Well, looking at international stories, just give us your take on any story that's important.
Well, I sent you some in the chat. I told you I was trying to get you to look at them. This was a while back. I was
mention them because we have like 15 minutes left for the whole show. So.
All right. Well, you know, I mean, where do we start? The S&P dropping there. I could talk to you guys better about that. We were talking about in the chat the refusal for entry for SpaceX, for OpenAI, and Anthropic. So those are things people should go look at. And also look at, I told you to look at Section 224 that they're pushing in Congress now, trying to link the United States military and the Israeli military and make them one fighting unit. So if that doesn't bother you, being from the United States, I don't know what else will. What else is in the news lately? I guess that's it, you know. Also, cash-proof yourself. I think a recession is coming. I think AY will agree with me. Maybe not, I don't know, because AY is making all the money. But yeah, I think cash-proof yourself. It's looking really, really crazy out there. And also, this is for people like forefathers that rely on AI so much. You should look at what the S&R companies are doing. They're pulling back on R&D right now. Like everybody's seeing that the cost outweighs the benefit. And anyway, did you see what was the guy's name? I don't remember. The one that was talking about how it's affecting people's development. He was talking about it this past week. I'm gonna check it when I get off now. So, there's a lot of interesting things in the news. And yeah, Section 224, people go check it out. Check out Anthropic. Check out what's going on with the S&P. Check out what's going on with AI. Check out what's going on with SpaceX, the refusal to let it into the S&P if more funding. And that's it. Since we have only 15 minutes, I guess if we go on 4-5 the show and it lets us talk, then we'll have something to say.
Thank you. We're still going to rant, so I just want us to give everybody a chance to talk about international stories before we rant. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you again, Rodolphe. The South Africa crisis, it is a shame, actually. You see, now people are forefathers that like to distribute the country across tribal and religious line, which I have really warned him. What will be your excuse now, South Africa killing fellow black people? What will be anyone's excuse? Why are you killing people? I mean, if you know any black person, Nigeria or whoever, that committed a crime, you take his case up. So why are you after every black African living in South Africa? Not even the white people there, black people. It shows we have serious problem. We don't want to tell ourselves the truth. When you favor us, we can divide ourselves across tribal religious line. Black man, there is problem. There is problem we need to face. The Dr. Ogbu Wednesday said last week that part of the crisis going on in South Africa is sponsored by the Israeli. And I kind of agree. I think there is something going on we don't know, but I will leave that for everybody to think. The Iran crisis, like Mr. Sola said, honestly, there is no way out. I think Trump should just pretend. He should just pretend that he won and just leave, because right now it's not really favoring evil America. In the last 3 working days, America lost between $3 to $4 trillion in the stock market alone. You can fact check me. You see, even the people defending Trump on this channel, they are all tired. Everybody is tired. Trump core supporters are tired. Even this week, the Congress, they actually passed a vote to take the war power from him. So that passed through to Congress. Some of the Republicans supported the Democrat. So I think the bill, they've passed through that to the Senate now. So, and one other news you actually forgot, Dr. Damages. So the judge blocked Trump, the 39 country ban. So he said it's illegal. So that gives hope to countries like Nigeria and some other country, mostly black countries. It shows the level of hate this man have for of black people, mostly black country and Muslim countries. I really don't know why people support this man foolishness. If you live in America, you know what is going on. That one, I say I will not even talk about this. When you go to the a gas station, you know what's going on. Go to grocery, you know what's going on. I think they don't have a way out in Iran. Iran are ready to fight till the last man drop dead. Except he want to nuke Iran, they don't have a way out. Strait of Hormuz is fully in control of Iran. Even when you hear Trump blabbing, we've eliminated all the Navy, all the Air Force, all the right. Who is protecting the Strait of Hormuz? Is it Mami Water that is protecting it? He just lied uncontrollably. He doesn't care. He said, how can a president say 100 things? It's only one that is correct. So for me, I think there is no way out, because if he keep going to that war, Iran are ready to go all out and fight. So I think they are even ready to go on with that fight. So the solution is for them to withdraw and let the world be at peace. Otherwise, all of us are going to pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you, AY. Let's hear Fofaras.
Yeah, thanks for that. Regarding this global situation with Iran and the US at the moment, I think it's all, from the way it appears, the US has lost, but I worry that this situation may be more dangerous than it appears, because some people are just looking at it from the point of view that because Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz and America is in a very, very precarious situation, so, and because of the election that's coming up, Trump doesn't have much of a choice than to give up. And but there are too many disturbing factors that are surrounding it. Israel is one of them, has a very, very strong drive to want to destroy Iran. And the US has also a very strong drive to deter other nations from, trying to defy it as a power. And they also don't have any incentive to get out of a war when they know that if they go home, the thing is Epstein, please. They don't want that. Or demographic shift that is going on in America. They have a lot of problems to deal with. America is surrounded by so many difficult choices right now, and they have to wrestle with that. And my concern is that the only path out of this for America is either to fight its way through it and may actually result in a world war if you try to game it out. And then, or it could result in a kind of new Berlin conference, which is also very dangerous for Africans, maybe good for the rest of the world, but very dangerous for Africans, whereby because this whole struggle is between the powers and the fact that the powers are losing, some of their control. And if the US goes to China and says, you know what, let's strike a deal here, like the way the Europeans did, and say, let's just split the world up, and you take your side, I'll take my side, and we'll do as we please with it. And maybe bring Russia in, maybe a little bit of India here and there, obviously. Then we are not on the table of that equation, and that concerns me a lot. And it just seems like that is the only viable path. And that concerns me a lot. And now people, we look at what is going on, because the other part is America will have to destroy Iran. They are not going to just walk home. They are not. This is not like Vietnam. It's not like Vietnam where you leave a power, humiliates you, then becomes a power on its own, weakening your power even further. And Israel is there saying, hey, this is not this plan. The plan is we have to destroy these people. These people will destroy the entire thing. And I don't see Israelis giving up the dream of expelling Palestinians or taking over the whole territory. They are so deep in it right now. So when you game it out, the only way to stem this is to redraw the world. If it's not going to destroy all of us, they will have to redraw the world. And this is why I'm a little bit concerned that this thing is not over. The escalation is going to come back, or Americans will have to figure out a way they are going to survive in a changed world. And to do that, you need a new form of Berlin conference. So that is my take on the events that have occurred this week. In terms of the UK one, it's funny they are trying to make it about, trying to compare it to George Floyd. George Floyd is not the same at all. The only similarity is that the police misbehaved. In the case of the young man, the police, it was a clear error. They didn't see, and it's very interesting because I was watching the video myself. I didn't see bleeding. So, and yet this young man has been stabbed multiple times. How did that happen? They stabbed him multiple times, and the bleeding, they can hardly see it. So you can see
internal bleeding.
Exactly.
His mouth was full of blood. They should have known. They're very stupid police.
They didn't notice it in time. That's the problem. Maybe they saw it in the video. Because they were blurring his face, I didn't see the blood. So because they made a catastrophic mistake, they are turning it to something like, the justice system is favoring foreigners. Actually, since when have that ever happened? The justice system always favors the natives, especially in the context of European countries. As a matter of fact, even in Nigeria, the justice system favors the Europeans still. Even in South Africa, the justice system favors Europeans. Even in China, no, okay, not in China, but in India, the justice system favors Europeans. The idea that the argument is a two-tier policing system that is favoring foreigners is ridiculous. And this is a nonsense that you see when people are trying to, you know, this way, if they don't find a reason to attack people that are less powerful, they will create one. And this is what is happening again. Thank you for that. And I just hope that we as a people are more conscious of all these things, because we have to defend ourselves in this world. Thank you.
Doctor, please, just a quick one. I'm sorry. Have you heard anything about the fact that Iran possibly has a nuke?
Yes, that report. And this is why this is going to get ugly.
And the other thing, they actually signed a nuclear deal on Thursday with Russia, $25 billion nuclear deal. They call it civilian and nuclear power plant they want to build over there. So there is a lot going on. We don't know.
Look, there's no time the world is not going to a world war. I've said it donkey times. I don't know how else to tell you guys. Just get prepared. It's going to happen.
They should let me go to
America
my
is going to happen.
All right, Ike, you're next.
Dr. Damages, congratulations to New York Knicks. You always pretend you are not part of it, but whenever we talk about it, I see a smile on your face.
Oh yeah, for the Knicks, yeah, I'm happy about that because it's very
I will hope that they are 2 games away to being champion, but I think that the referee has been very, both games the referees has not been fair to, St. Antonio. I'm a basketball fan lover. I watched the one of last night. I watched throughout. They're shown they're very good this time around because they overran Cavaliers. They didn't give them any breathing space. So I think I would like the East to win the championship, and I think Knicks the way they are playing physically, they are very strong and they're showing they are good. Yes, I'm just patiently waiting for the World Cup to start, so that we can forget about the troubles of this world, because the troubles of this world is too much. I sincerely made a very costly mistake. This June I would have taken my vacation, but it is what it is. Anytime I have time to watch, I got to use it to cool off the troubles of this world because it's too much. So I'm really looking forward to the World Cup. I'm always with Spain, the Netherlands, and Curacao. This time, Curacao qualified for World Cup. So one of the small islands, yeah. So I'm going to put on the blues, for them as part of it. So I'm looking forward to the World Cup. As for the issue in South Africa, I think, what has your government done? I see Ghana are moving their people away from South Africa. What has your government has done? I don't see what they are doing about it. So Nigerians in South Africa, you have to fight for your life. If you are waiting for your government, if you really believe you have a government, you're wasting your time. Nigerians over there should try to find what they have to do to, safeguard themselves. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's finally have Ako Udike.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages, and hello, everyone. So I came in because I wanted to react to what Forefather said, his last statement. So forgive me for deviating. That's exactly why I'm staying here till now, because I just want to react. So I understand what he's saying about recruiting more men into the military, but that is only possible when the government is willing to fight terrorism, right? The Nigerian government, as it stands, is very obvious. It's even clear to the blind that they are not willing to fight terrorism, right? Good night. No, off the light. Sorry, I was distracted. So it's very obvious that they are not ready to fight insecurity. Why am I saying this? There have been a proposal for state policing, and on the 12th of December 2024, we Nigerians were told that there has been a unanimous consensus by the governors forum, right, to backing state policing. The only group in Nigeria that opposed that very unified consensus is Mojtaba. That is the only group in Nigeria that opposed it. It was Mojtaba. Everybody is aware of that, right? They opposed it. They don't want it. And it's a Fulani group. Kunle Olaomi, right? He spent 35 years as a strategic intelligence officer in Nigeria. He came on national television and told told every Nigerian that there is an active and ongoing plan to Islamize Nigeria. He spent 35 years as a strategic intelligence officer in Nigeria. He's not stupid. He's aware of what he's saying. Lieutenant General Theophilus Yakubu Danjuma, right? Yeah. He also told us, everybody is aware that he's a top military official in Nigeria, right? And a strategist too. He told us that the Nigerian government and the terrorists are colluding to kill Nigerians. We all are aware of it. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Anybody coming here to tell you that it's not what it seems, is either a terrorist or a sponsor, or what will I say, like, or their sympathizer. We are not stupid in Nigeria. Look at the kind of rampant killings going on, and they do it with impunity. They post it on their social media handles. And you want to tell me that the Nigerian government can't trace these people? It's a fucking big lie, man. Stop. It doesn't make any sense. We are aware of us, as in it's happening before our eyes, and some people will come here and try to paint. Come on, it's not gonna work. Till as we speak, the person that made the call to withdraw the military from the scene of a terror or kidnap, from the scene of a kidnap, of a terror attack and kidnap. Till as we speak, nobody has named the person that made the call to withdraw the military from the scene shortly before a terror attack. Till as we speak, nobody has told us who made that call. And is it that same government you want to employ more? As in, even if you like, take 50 million youths into the military, they're not going to do anything because the government is not willing. From every angle, every hand. Kunle Olaomi told us that they investigated terrorists, and then they found out that their sponsors were in the military, were part of the Nigerian government, and they were never investigated. He said this on national television. So my message to Nigerians are: if you're a Nigerian, look for any possible means to defend yourself. If you don't do it, you will die. No military is going to save you. Because the recent, I don't know how true this is, but the recent information we got is that terrorists were communicating with the military during the time of the attack. I don't know how true this is. It's still being alleged. But once I find out if it's true, I will still come here and let everybody know. So don't ever believe that any military man or Nigerian government is going to save you. It's either you save yourself or you wait in your house and die. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I think everyone is done. We are going to go straight. We're not taking a break. Go straight to ranting. All right. For those who are new to the platform, ranting is...
Can I, and as a way of responding, and go to prepare the other show since you're getting ready to close out?
Okay.
Makes sense. Thank you for that. The young man that just spoke, I don't know why he assumes that the Nigerian military as a whole can be responsible for having their own soldiers killed at the same time. I don't know whether it's been part of any simple organization or gang. If any member of that member group, even if it's a street gang, find out that one of them is a snitch, you are going to have a pretty big problem on your hand. And so it's not as simple, and you're going to have serious mutiny on your hand if officials, soldiers that are fighting on the streets, they live in barracks and have their family members find out that one of them is compromising them. If they know, there will be a serious problem. And to say that it's the Nigerian military itself that is doing it is quite a claim to make. It's impossible for that. Why would they bother doing that? They might as well just keep killing Nigerians on the street. Why not just kill them on the street? Is it because they are looking for more money? What money are they getting? They're not getting that much money. So the logic is not there, and they are dying. A lot of their people are dying. I saw videos of them, gruesome ones, terrible deaths. And the idea that, okay, some people will say, oh, the government know who the terrorists are. See, that's a revelation. All governments know who the terrorists are. Jeez, man. From Syria, Afghanistan, the US knew who Al-Qaeda was. It's not like they knew where they were. You know where they were. Take them now. Why are we acting as if we are breaking news? And they keep using that Bacha quote like as if it's a revelation. It's not a revelation that government know who the terrorists are. Israelis knew who Hamas was. They can't take Hamas. Hamas is there. The problem is, how do you deal with them? The way you deal with them, the examples are out there. I've said it multiple times. This is not rocket science. Just copy what other people have done, and the problem will go away, and we'll not be hearing our women begging for their lives, and our farmers not being able to go to farm. Nigeria losing almost $50 billion of potential GDP growth every year. It totaled almost 1.5 billion in 10 years. 1.5 trillion, I mean, Nigeria has lost. So I don't understand why this is so difficult for us to understand. That said, regarding the American and the world politics, how it is going, I think Begubre said there's going to be a world war. I fear that a world war is out of the cards. And that's why my own thinking goes in the direction of a potential agreement between the powers. They might reach an agreement that may not be good for us, because they know a world war will be too costly for both sides. And it can easily spin out of control, and one country might decide that let me experiment with my nuclear weapon. And all simulations they've done in the world, they simulated that, according to the reports, that whenever one nuclear weapon is used, that eventually all of them will be used. So they see the danger, and I feel like they all know that. So because of that reason, they will want to go a different route. But let's watch his space. Maybe he's right. I don't know. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for that. Let me say something before we continue. I just want to add my voice to something. I'll play a video of one of my producers sent it to me. Let's watch. Oh, there's a setting in this new setup that you can't even play video automatically. Okay.
Guys, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh my God! What are you doing? Stop! Stop!
Now, that was police in Australia removing people who were praying on the street.
Rightly so.
when you look at issues in Nigeria, most of Africa, it's actually very simple. That's why sometimes I do have hope that we could solve these problems. It's issue of lack of consequence. We know what is wrong, what we've agreed that this is wrong, it shouldn't happen, but we don't think it's important to enforce it. If we try that and Nigeria doesn't work, then I will agree with people that this is a hopeless society. But we've not done that. And that's why I used to say that the ideals of Nigeria, they've not been tried and found wanting. They've been found difficult and left untried. If I can't imagine being a government official in Nigeria and I know that police officers, like you are president, you know your police officers are collecting bribe on the street now, and you think it's okay, and you're preaching you're ending corruption. What are you doing? How can the people who will enforce the laws every day out there breaking the law? So we're not yet serious about anything. And every issue you can put on the table, you'll find out that the solution is very simple. What is the law? Are you implementing it? If it's not working, you change the law, find the one that will work. If Nigeria today, somehow, by some magic, we say that if you steal money, government money, you'll be sentenced to death, and you implement it, they will stop stealing money. Most of them will stop. But we don't. We're not doing it because we want to. We think it's difficult. Like a good example, something that came up here. Why is it that Bola Tinubu, who has total control of this government, is not going to say, I don't want to see cows on the streets of Nigeria? You know, he can say it today. Whatever law you have to pass, Abio, pass this law. Abio will do that. The law will be passed. Police, from today, I don't want to see cows on the street. If you see any cow, that will be taken care of. Very easy. But we think there's a way that we can survive without adopting the best practice that happens all over the world. There's a way we can survive by saying, okay, I don't want to annoy this group of people. I don't want to annoy this group of people. And we have this as our law. We're not going to go anywhere until it's not difficult. There are bigger issues in Nigeria, okay, that will require more explanation, like what we were talking about. You have to explain to every Nigerian that if you say you want to be a country, everybody should be free to live anywhere in the country. But it doesn't mean you should be free to live in the forest. It doesn't mean you should break the law wherever you are. And if you break the law should treat you as an individual who broke the law, not because you are this group. That requires explanation. It's very simple. But if we're not ready, we're not willing, we don't have the courage to put consequences behind everything that we are talking about, why are we wasting time thinking that magic will happen? Look at the primaries. Everything should have ended there because it's not primary. It's not acceptable. But we're moving on. And we are going to complain about the final outcome. You know, I had this saying that when the premise of an argument is wrong, the conclusion is going to be wrong. It doesn't matter what you put out. When the premise is wrong, the conclusion. If the primaries are wrong, the final result is wrong already. You can't change it. It's already wrong. All right, that's my rant. Who's next? Sola, go ahead.
That's an excellent point, by the way. I have to second it because all these people, they will never second such a reasonable statement. They don't like reasonable talk.
So, Dr. Damages, one thing that we need to look into, what you've said makes a lot of sense. However, when you look at Nigeria as a country, and you look at the North as a country itself, and I'm saying the whole North,
and you compare it to the southern part, either west or east or south. You see, since a long time, there are leaders in the north, and I'm using this word very, very carefully, have, how will I put this word? It's by default, their leaders, they've made them not to be educated. Just on a normal day, they are breeding them for most of the time for politics, for numbers, so that we have more numbers. So when it's during for political time, we will vote. And also, when you lived in the north, you will understand this, them on a Friday praying on the street. In Kaduna, on a Friday, every Friday is always shut down. In Kasua Market, it is shut down. There's an express, the express going towards Jos. That express road is also a shutdown. On a Friday, when it comes to their 1 p.m., is a shutdown. You cannot move. No buses, no car can move around that time. So you have to wait till they finish praying. But like you rightly said, if there is law, then at the end of the day, everybody is subjected to that law. However, the only way people will not be subjected to the law is if they find themselves to be bigger than the law. I.e., look, I'm a Muslim. I don't care. If you are in the US, forefather that is in the UK, if he is a Muslim, there is a designated place of worship, so in Nigeria. But because of the fact that, yes, it's 1 o'clock and he needs to pray, doesn't mean he needs to stand in front of the road and pray. He will be arrested. He will be arrested. If you look at Lagos, there was a time in Lagos before Fashola came on board. Christians and Muslims, they will put their megaphone outside and is disturbing the neighbors. He made a law and he said, look, see, this thing can't hold. Over time, they abolished it. Let them try it in the north. Whoever made that law is not coming in, because there are fanatics in the north that are not educated at all. Even the ones that are educated will still say, oh, it is the principle of Allah, so we have to more or less follow it. So when you don't understand the complexity of these people, it makes you wonder, why is this still going on? And the North are still holding the whole country in ransom. Let me move to forefathers when it comes to the military. You see, in Nigeria, a lot of this military top brass, they are complicit to all of these things. The soldiers, not that they are not fighting the war, but some of these top brass, there's a deliberate act that this war should continue. And you need to more or less, I've said it, this Edmond Obilo guy, probably the forefathers, go and watch some of the interviews he had with some people. You will understand the complexity of our military. Sometimes the way they do things, like that guy said, the last guy, he said, till today, and that was what Oshomole said, the person who more or less told those military guys to move out of there, because they got intelligence. Not that maybe the military guys just got to that place in Zamfara or where in Kebbi. They got an intelligence that these guys were coming. An hour or how many minutes to them reaching there, they told them to leave. Yes, in military is obey before complain. You have to obey or else you'll be court-martialed. We understand. But if we are fighting a war and you and I know that, yes, these guys can face them, these guys is going to face them, why are you telling them to leave the place? So we need, and it boils down to discipline. It boils down to punishment that Doctor had just mentioned. If there are no punishment amongst the military ranks, amongst the police, amongst the JTF or whatever DSS,
people being killed. I mean, if this was happening in China, they will be killed. So in reality, if we are not going to face if we want to face it head on, we have to treat it in such a way that if you are found wanting and there is stark evidence against you, it's either you face a firing squad or you go to jail, either one of the two. So that is where I'm going to land. We need to see ourselves, number one, as Nigerian. If we all do, all this problem that we are talking about will more or less be capped. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to Jagun. You are next.
You see, in the fact that we're ranting, or supposedly, I again, I don't really want to speak about anything in news particularly. I want to rant, if you like, about us, we Nigerians. Earlier today, there was something said about what gives us our commonality as Nigerians. And I'm going to tell you what gives us our commonality about Nigerians and what we have, east, west, south, and north. We have an oppressive gene. We have a gene of anger. You know, I don't want to point any fingers at anyone in particular, because, you know, I don't know any of your families.
Yeah, but Jagan, just, I don't like to interfere with people,
Sure,
right?
sure.
But I just wanted to clear something. Did you see that in your family like 200 years ago, or is it
Well,
something?
this is part of my own personal research, you see, because I wonder a lot about West Africa and West Africans, especially in this country, the amount of discipline that was offered to us by our parents, the amount of shouting, beating, this kind of thing. I've always wondered, is this a European leftovers, or is this us? Is this our culture and heritage? And I don't know. And I'm looking at it. But that, I suppose, possibly the most different one of us. But I can hear the Niger accent in him, which is with Saxonia, as he's being called there. I think maybe his upbringing and his family would be different. My family, my upbringing is a little different. But I suffered a lot of over discipline from my family, my parents particularly. My parents are wonderful people. Don't get me, really, really, really wonderful people. Well educated, well adjusted, balanced. But bruh, when it comes to telling off, or when it comes to anger within their spirit, sometimes I used to wonder, why are you so angry? Why are you so angry? I used to wonder about it. And the thing is, their anger and I got over the fear quickly of it, me personally, because, you know, it was just like, this is just nonsense. It's just rubbish. Why are you beating me for such a small thing? Do I need this amount of beating? I don't know. Maybe I did, because I was a bit of a runaway. Maybe I did, you know. But it used to irritate me until I will go against them in such a way that Nigerians love to beat, and the way we are indoctrinating our children into a level of fear in our minds and spirits. It doesn't do well for a strong revolutionary body of people. The reason they can't revolt in Nigeria is because they understand fear. They enjoy and eat fear. Fear is in the Nigerian spirit. They are more afraid than anything else. I don't know why we are unable to look at ourselves in the mirror and admit these things. Instead of admitting it, they say, and we need to do that. It's important that you are beaten. There was one time that my uncle asked my cousin, F.A., did you enjoy your beating last night? I mean, bloody hell, man. What's the matter with us, man? Why do we do this? I want to know, because I don't know what good it has served, to be frank. Apart from the negativity in the spirit of every Nigerian. So that's my rant. I put that on the table for everyone to chew on.
Thank you so much. Maybe Ike will tell us, because they quote the Bible that if you spare the rod and something will happen. So Ike will maybe help you out. Saxonia rants.
Excuse me. Hey, what else to say, man? People come on here, just black and same thing all the time. Pointing fingers, bigotry, tribalism. Nigeria ain't going nowhere fast, man. I'll tell you that. Because people, they're not forward thinkers. They don't. I want to say a lot of them don't think logically, but that's just the truth. And I think it goes back to the trauma a lot of them have faced. I mean, you talk to a lot of people from Nigeria, and when you speak to them, they never experienced good governance until they came to the West. These are people that some of them lived for 35, 40 years, 20 years, 18 years, never experienced 24-hour electricity ever, like no break for 20 years. So can you just imagine what that would do on your psyche? This is why you see how a lot of them just, they think, they act very short-sighted, like cavemen, you know? So you say one thing, and I wish Sola was here. I was going to tell him, listen, you made the biggest mistake ever since you came on the show by letting these people know your religion. Because going on from now, whatever you say, they're going to look at it like, oh, okay, it's because you're Muslim. This is how they think. And these are the people that scream revolution. You're from a country, everybody ran away. You have houses, you don't even have sidewalks. Open defecation, like I was telling someone in the comments. But what do you guys do when you come on a place like this? All you do is point fingers. Oh, it's the Muslim, it's the North, it's the Fulani, it's the Igbo. Forefathers is acting today now pretending like he's cool with the Igbos. Watch him next week. Someone bring up a topic of Biafra, he's going to go crazy. He's going to start talking crazy to them. So this is how I do enjoy coming here, because it lets me see how they Nigerians think. But at times it's like, can you imagine there's almost 300 million people thinking the same way, like 90% of the people on this panel, on the show. Nigeria is not going anywhere. Nothing is changing. It's not going to change. Let's stop lying to ourselves. People are myopic. Look at Mr. James, that you would think he's very intelligent, because he can, you would say, okay, man, he's an historian, so maybe he can relate to certain things. He's lived in different countries. He lived in Israel, he's lived in South Africa, he lives in Gambia now. Just rewind the show and look at when he started speaking about the Fulani kid. Oh, he's a spy. How do you know? Oh, normally Fulanis, they don't understand English. Are you freaking serious? Are you kidding me? So this one speaks English properly, automatically. He works with the SS. He works with Romo. Like, how do these people think? And it's not just one section. Like, you would think, oh, they're educated, they've been outside the country. They're all mostly the same. And as this election gets closer, for example, what forefather mad at? Now he wants to keep attacking the Yorubas just because you got smashed in a debate by someone called enigmatic. It's not that serious, bro. Come next time, do better research, or just start speaking big, unnecessary grammar like dude was doing it, and do it. I don't know. Maybe that's what Nigerians love. You know, be performative. I don't know. But when you have to think every time just religion, tribe, it's a shame, Rudolph. And I told you, I met you when I was probably like 14. These people that, and we used to have this discussion. That's why I never forgot you. Like, oh, okay. These people Nigerians are weird, bro. Like, you think about, you come to this show, it's fun, you know, you're making friends, you're thinking, it's like, God damn, you guys expand the way you think. If you say something different from what they want to hear, all of a sudden you're an enemy. They don't want to hear something, they don't like the truth. Nigerians hate the truth. I've never seen a people like this ever in my life. They'll see white, they'll call it black. They'll try to convince you that the water on your head that they're pissing on you is rain. Just because they don't like what they assume or suppose you are. How are you going to develop like that? When you cannot be objective or you cannot be logical.
All right, thank you, Saxonia. Let's go to Ike. Ike, it's your turn.
My brother Pansat, Nana, wow, I actually retire, go, can I? Now, my brother.
Till my retirement, I was boycotting Rudolph's show, but I'm back.
Ah, okay. And in case better to that man, then they said to go behind the scene. So I'm happy to see you.
Oh, it's okay one day.
Well, no problem. As he went one night, my brother. Oh, yeah, I never why God. God bless you. Happy to see you again.
You too, bro.
Dr. Damages, quarantine kind, am I right? We're talking about the people that have been held in the bush for almost 1 or 2 weeks now. The wife of the man in Asorok is going around Nigeria campaigning for his husband for 2027. So my question is, where is humanity? Where is motherhood? In the midst of what is going on, he's campaigning for his husband for 2027, going around Nigeria. A mother is able to carry a child for 9 months and deliver, know the pain and the joy of bearing a child. And you have a 2-year-old child in the bush being held by people that are not supposed to be living in the midst of human beings. The people that are supposed to be, when you get them, you tie them on a stake. You know, these are the people that we are romancing in Nigeria. And my brother, forefather, who left to prepare for his program, was here defending the Nigerian military. You know, sometimes that's why I tell you that most of us here, we speak from both sides of our mouth. In defending the military people that they are not part of it. They are accomplices. I don't hide it. That's my feeling. They are part of the system. They are the terrorists that we have in Nigeria. They are the Fulani headsmen, and they are the kidnappers, the government. They themselves are the people that are doing what is going on. Because if Justice Cracker can be tracked, if his phone can be jammed, if they can know where Justice Cracker was, and immediately they went there and arrested Justice Cracker, tell me how, in this wide world, that the government in Nigeria don't know where the terrorists are. Like my principal used to say, they will call the family of the people they are holding, tell them to bring the money, tell them where they're going to bring the money. Even when somebody is sick, they bring a doctor into the bush and treat the person. And when you ask police will tell you they don't know where they are. That's the country we have found ourselves. So anybody that is defending Nigerian military here, nobody is telling you that it is all of them that are doing it. But that case in question, where my brother mentioned about the man who ordered the military men to leave, which everybody in Nigeria know or heard, Even Oshomole repeated it last week or so. His forefather telling me he doesn't know. He doesn't know that something like that happened in the Nigerian military. And up to today, we don't know who is that person is. And every day we are talking about bring 10 million people into Nigerian military. Bring your family to join Nigerian military. This is the problem we have in Nigeria, that we can never tell ourselves the truth in as much as there is something that we are benefiting on behind the scene from whatever that is going on in this country. Even with our widest experience as people who are living in a country where things work, still, we will come here, we pretend and cover and pretend as if we don't know what is going on. Dr. Damage, you just made a simple, when you were making your little analogy, he said, when you are talking about corruption, the security policeman who is supposed to be the custodian of the law is collecting bribe, and you want to fight corruption. How is it going to be possible? Like Dr. Damage, something that is very simple. Because if the policeman does not collect bribe, it will be difficult for anybody to be able to give somebody bribe. You will be afraid to give bribe. But because police is embedded into the corruption of bribe, that's why they go to the street. They are not even going there to defend Nigeria. They only station themselves there to make account to their DPO or their senior officers. So we have a problem. And it is so painful that Sheyi Makinde, who I used to respect a lot, decided that it was Adelabu's family that he has to go and visit. While his citizens, that is the chief security officer of Oyo State, that have been held in the bush, he has not found it worthy to visit the families of those people. But he ran to visit Adelabu, and now when we were talking, Sole brought breaking news that the family of Adelabu had been released. Or I think it was if he was talking. So is this to tell you that our life in Nigeria was nothing? Our life in Nigeria means nothing to the people you call government. So it is everybody on his own. To your tent, O Israel. That is what it is, because in as much as this government is not ready, they know wherever everything is happening. They know the people that are happening. You play the film of Gumi here. He has told the world, not first, not second, not third. The government of Nigeria know where these people are. He know where they are in the bush. He know the people that are sponsoring it. He know the people that are the head of it. Why are we pretending continue to defend something that is indefensible? May God help us.
All right, thank you, Ike. Now, Pansat, you end it for us. You have 3 minutes. Now, you want me to play a video for you?
Yeah, it's not calling a video. It's not proper. It's just a short. What do they call this TikTok short videos?
Yeah, it's still a video.
Okay.
Let me play it.
Play it. I want to talk to people who are not used to the Igbo areas of Nigeria, the villages and stuff. So go ahead.
All right.
And our corrupt politicians, obviously. That's what I want to talk about a little bit. Well, as he's queuing that up, let me say that when it comes on, I'll stop. And I want to...
Hold on. It's playing. I can't...
Service or something else. Tell me what you think in the comments. I just saw a video of Ojo's Okalo's village mansion, and honestly, I was shocked. The place is massive. Obi Kubana, E-Money, and the rest of them house combined is not up to this mansion, and it is beautifully designed. It got me thinking, when someone already has this much wealth, what still motivates them to seek political office? Is it influence, legacy, service, or something else? Tell me what you think in the comments.
All right.
All right.
I just saw a video of Ojo's Okalo's village
it's a very small video.
I was shocked.
But
The
what
place
it
is
shows you
massive.
when you look at that
Kubana,
background,
E-Money.
it's the kind of corrupt wealth that politicians all over the country accumulate, and when you see them in Lagos or you see them in Abuja, you look at them as people who love Lagos, and there's nothing in the southeast. That is a misnomer. These corrupt politicians all over the country, they are our problem. And people, you could see the village, it's indistinguishable from Switzerland, for example. Not just his house, but other buildings and structures in the southeast. So you are not doing anything to the Igbos by having the center keep being corrupt and being unfair and not making everybody believe that we are one country. Nobody's gonna go fighting for one Nigeria if they feel that one Nigeria is a problem. So because this is a rant, I'm gonna try to limit these things with a word. It's good enough for the wise. There's nothing anybody's gonna say here that you don't already know as Nigerians. So I'm saying that to say to most people who come on the platform to listen, you have to listen. We're responsible for what we say, but the responsibility is on you for what you hear and what you're going to do about it. We can't keep talking. You know, at some point, water is going to find its level. If you know you don't have the numbers in Nigeria, for example, the good versus the evil Nigerians, okay? At some point, the good is going to take over and defeat evil. At some point. It might take 10 years, it might take 20 years, it might take 1,000 years. As people in Israel are discovering right now, the Jews are scattered, but at some point they came home to take back their land. And they're going to fight, and they're going to destroy, and they're going to do a lot of things to take. At some point, they came back to take back their land. Now, there are some excesses in that, in what they're doing. Yes, of course there are some excesses there. Genocide and all that stuff. I don't support that. They're coming back to take back their land. They did. Same thing in Egypt, for example. That's our land as Africans. So at some point, the Islamic world was powerful enough to even conquer places as far away as Spain and Europe and all that stuff, right? So they did the same thing to our people. In Egypt, they took it over. So we are not talking about that now. We're talking about what's happening in Rwanda, where Britain is conspiring with the United Nations to take Hutus' land from them and put in a Tutsi. So it's beautiful. Now they've made the roads beautiful, but the Hutus own the land. So the Tutsis are like migrants, just like the Fulanis in Nigeria. Yes, they do have features that are not African, typical, flat nose, like Rudolph and Mainz here, even Ike, and kinky hair. So these Fulanis, maybe they have pointed nose, maybe they're a little taller here and there. These people are not going to just wipe us out who are genuine Africans with the features that we have. We like our features. I'm not going to trade it for that of the Tutsis or the Fulanis. So they methodically come in and they're cleaning out indigenous Africans, and they want to do the same thing in Nigeria with nomads, like the Fulanis. So when I first came on this platform, I used to scream about that because I see that going on in Rwanda. It's exactly the same thing, that the same playbook. So when they come and they plant somebody who is a Fulani at the United Nations as a deputy general there, so when these people are killing and taking land from people, we're screaming, but nobody wants to hear it. Rudolph, you should know about those kind of things. As a true journalist and somebody who's hosting a show, that's a bigger picture. That's the kind of discussion we should be having. When you look at what's happening in Rwanda, now it's pretty, but are they going to stop there? No. Right now, I bet, in my own belief, they're doing some biological wars with Congo and other areas around there. This Ebola and this and all that is coming from the likes of the head of state of Rwanda, who is a militant and Western-backed. So I would end by saying that Northern Nigeria, the way we speak about it, I'm just jumping around here. It's not a monolith, okay? Colloquially, what do we mean by the North? It's not geographical where there's a boundary. Then you have the north, then you have the south. No, there are a lot of southerners in the north. So the closest thing is to say, what do you call them? The Muslims in the north that are not Shia. That's who we refer to northerners. Not the people there. It's a bunch of Christians, people who are subdued, who can't say a word in the north. So we want to narrow it down. Unfortunately, I'm going to speak in truthful terms. I'm going to say this. What we need in 2027 is for those reasonable northerners now and the southeasterners to do an edict. I was posting that on the comment section. Make it very clear to people in the southwest and people, some recalcitrant people in the south, that any attempt, we shouldn't jump over the hoop to prevent rigging, right? If somebody doesn't have any respect for you, they're going to do whatever it is you say, don't do it. We should make it very clear, and we should be prepared. If they rig the elections, we should go to war and take territory and divide it up. In essence, if Southwesterners and conspire with people like Wiki in the South, people like Jonathan, who we helped here. Jonathan's state is about the size of my village, right? And we voted for him more than his own state, Bayelsa did. It's in 90 percentile, mostly, some in the 80-something percentile from all the southeastern states. That's who supported Jonathan, because he had a name that was deceptive. It's like Ebere Jonathan. He didn't have any brains, but we supported him like one of ours. So if you remove the Igbo support that Jonathan gets, which let's say Peter Obi is going to get it, let me ask without objection that my time be extended as much as I may consume actually in this what I'm about to say here. So if the Igbos now support Peter Obi, which they should, how many votes is Jonathan gonna get? He said probably won't even win Bayelsa. My opinion, probably won't even win Otoke. So what I'm saying is that because of that, if they're trying to rig the election, knowing that it goes to run means that he feels that we're going to rig the election and make him come second or something like that by rigging it. They should know that the North and the Southeast is going to go to war, take them over. I know, first of all, the South side, we can take over in a day. We've done it before. We're going to do it better this time. And the North will help and will take over the Southwest, but then we're going to take territory and divide it, and that'll be the end of all this problem from the Southwest. We're going to take them over, and we're going to divide their area among the victors, because we are tired of going around. Now, let me say this. You have friends on this platform, like Jagun, who's from the Southwest, right? I have friends who are from the Southwest. So now, if you're telling your friends the truth of what's going to happen, and it's like you're being disrespectful to them, or you just trying to make Rudolph show an Igbo show or something like that. Well, that's nonsense. The good Southwesterners are Nigerians. The good, for example, the best African that I know is from the Southwest. Dele Faro to me, that's a true Nigerian, true African champ that we should be proud of. So we cannot say, because I know maybe Kulata or one man, like in your case,
all right, you have to go.
Your friends, one man and all those. If I'm talking, then you're gonna be like, oh my God, Kulata is gonna get mad at me or something like that. Those people don't count. The true people that somebody like Jagun, a little bit, Jagun, it's a little two-faced here, one here and there. Sometimes he doesn't.
I thought you wanted to say, Jagun, it's a pleasure. It's an absolute pleasure to know you.
Sometimes you don't take your vitamins. That's what I mean. But overall, you're all right. You're very knowledgeable. So let me end this show, because you spend a lot of time, wasting a lot of time before it gets to somebody who really have something to say. It wasn't easy to go behind Boom Boom and Ike. Okay, you try yourself sometime. Put those up ahead of you, Jagun, and then you go. But anyway, we leave it like that. I'm saying to Northerners, and I'm saying to Southeasterners, and other reasonable Nigerians from everywhere. If the Southwest support somebody to rig the election again, because I gotta tell you something, all our problems stem from that, from the cabal, from that section of the country, from bringing Buhari back to removing Jonathan, who wasn't a saint, but at least he was Democrat. So, and then rigging the last election, which was not done by the Southwest, it was done by Buhari. So we're going to tell them in advance, you try to rig the election, because we can't stop them from doing that. But once they're in the midst of doing that, we're supposed to go to war, conquer them.
And you have the army ready and the
yes, because that's one misnomer. In your head, you think that army right there is in
your basement. I understand.
In Nigerian army, there'll be a mutiny. Let me tell you, you have Northerners who are, you have Northerners who are soldiers, you have Southeasterners who are soldiers. In that Nigerian army, you could have a mutiny, then let the Yoruba soldiers fight the rest of Nigeria. There's nothing wrong with that, right? But don't go thinking that whole army belongs to Tinubu. No, it does not. You got Igbos, you got obedience in the army. You got people who support Kwakwanso in the army, right? So the army, it depends, how do we approach it? Just like we approach students to say, hey, do the right thing. We could tell the army to do the right thing, don't obey an illegal order, right? And let there be a mutiny, let the Southwesterners fight the Igbos. There's nothing wrong with that. Let the army take your section of it, let's take our section and go to war, right?
Thank you.
I see that Maska is here. If you're gonna let him talk, then you should let me have the last word. Am I supposed to have the last word?
Pansa, don't worry, Nigeria will be okay.
Pansa, thank you so much. You just renewed one man's ticket to come here and say whatever, or anybody's ticket to come here and say whatever they want to say. All right, Maska.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Pansat. Maska, welcome, and final word. We have to go.
All right. No, actually, I just came and to greet Pansat and ask him what he brought from the mountain. And unfortunately, I don't think he has learned anything with his time in the mountain.
I brought the truth. That's all I brought you is the truth.
Insulting Northerners. Now he sounds as if he wants to befriend the Northerners. So I
brought you the truth.
Where are you now? So
I said,
just repeat, because as an old man, you may not. I know you are getting.
Thank you.
So let me just
Maska. Let me tell you.
Wait, Passat. First, I want to welcome you back from the mountain. So number one, welcome back, Passat. Glad to have you.
Thank you. I saw you apologizing to, who was that? There's somebody you were apologizing to.
Chim. Yes.
And I said, maybe you're listening to me because I keep telling you, you want to be one of us. That's the first thing you have to do. You have to come out here and you're going to say, my people are killing your people. I'm against it. Hear me out.
Wait, you see, okay, go ahead. Since you just come back from the mountain, let me not fight you. I'm listening.
No, I want to tell you the truth because that Islamic taqiyya doesn't work with me. We're gonna be nice and all that. But listen to what I'm saying. I said to you, if you want to be one of us, it's very simple. You come out here, you apologize, right? But at least you condemn. If you don't want to apologize, it's okay. But you condemn the evil that your people are doing.
The things you've said.
No, but I'm saying you done one, which I was surprised. Actually, you did the harder one, which is to come out, apologize that you went to an IDP camp. I heard you very well. You say, I went to an IDP camp. Shame, you're right. I think you say my son or my daughter wrote something, and then you finally opened your eyes, right? So now what I'm saying, because everything's not a joke here. You come here, you want to be friendly, you guys are laughing. We can't be laughing when your people are killing our people. These are serious murders and kidnapping. So as much as you come here, you want to be.
You are saying again that I've not said before.
No. Okay. Let me hear you. Would you say it? Would you condemn it now and apologize again? Go ahead.
Okay. This thing you're asking is not going to work because I'm not the type that would say, "Oh, these are my people. These are not my people." So there you get it upside down. Everybody, every black man is my person. We are killing ourselves. So where do I start apologizing to who? It's not about my people, your people. This is the fundamental problem I have with people like you. who think that, oh, it's all about my people, their people, when we are all one people. But that aside, today is not for me and you to fight. I'm happy you're back. We would find time, and the good thing is Mr. Rudolph is planning to have debates. So somebody like you should be ready for me. Okay, it's not about being a 6'4". It's not by height. It's not by age. It's not by headphone.
So Pansat, are you willing to debate Maska on Friday? This coming Friday.
No, he's just coming back, Mr. Rudolph. Where we should be nice. He's just coming back from the mountain.
I would debate him, and we should do a little bit now. But before we do that, Rudolph, hold on.
There's another show that is going to be on.
But before you go, I want you to get a clarification. Is he chickening out from condemning the kidnapping, the massacres, the terrorism, with semantics of my people or your people? That's why you come in as the host. Let's get a clarification. If his problem is with saying these are not his people, you could deny your people, but at least condemn. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to apologize, which you've done for Chim.
No,
but at least condemn the activity of the terror.
There's no right-thinking person. There's no right-thinking person, black or white, old or young, that would be okay with a human being kidnapping a human being, or a human being killing any other human being in the 21st century. There is so much around that if we all put our heads together, we live in an age of plenty. The land we are talking about, even today, let me give you an epiphany I had, Pansat. I was walking and I was on a phone, and then I was talking with one of my friends. He was apologizing to me because I sent him a text message on WhatsApp, and the AI was responding to me, and I was responding to the AI. So he called me and apologized. Please, it wasn't him sending me all this long list of questions. It was AI. And after the call, I was thinking the whole world would look completely different in the next 50 years. So I asked myself, one of the things that could happen is that probably there will be houses suspended in the air. And I asked myself, is that going to be possible? And the answer was so simple to me, I was even shocked. Because the way aeroplanes are flying in the air, if you put enough propellers on a house can perpetually be in the air. So we live, it's not even about land. It's not, there's so much, we live with our knowledge. There's so much, we live in an era of plenty. We shouldn't be killing each other for any reason at all. It's ignorance and narrow-mindedness that is making us kill. So if I condemn all these things, not today, I've always been against it. So if that will make you happy, that's fine.
All right, I'll take that. I'll take that. I appreciate that. Rudolph, why do you always come in?
Somebody came just to welcome you back, and this is what you do.
No, I'm saying though, it seems to me, there's a poignance in the air where Maska is trying to do the right thing. Like from the last show to now, he truly wants to be one of us. So we seize the moment and we try to.
You are the last person I want to be like. I cannot be my people. Pansat.
All right, Pansat, we have to go. All right. Forefathers is waiting at the other end to start his show. Thank you so much
for
being here. Thank you, Maska. Thank you, Jagun. Thank you, Saxonia. Thank you, everybody that came here. I appreciate all of you. Tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we're going to welcome Nnamdi Kanu's attorney. He will join us at 1:30 New York time, 6:30 Nigerian time. Please join us if you can. I want to thank those that supported us today. Alexander Gomez, thank you. Don Anthony, thank you. Kulata, thank you. Let me see. Oscar Blackburn, thank you. Igbo Basics, thank you. And that's it. So until tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, I really thank everybody who stayed with us. Forefathers is at the other end, waiting and ready to start off the show. Again, stay safe and enjoy the rest of your day. Bye-bye.
People have been traveling from Abuja to Maiduguri. People have been traveling from Abuja to Adamawa. People have been traveling.
Have you traveled from here to you're from Borno State?
I'm from Borno State.
Have you driven from here to Borno to Maiduguri?
Oh, I don't think the entirety of the interview today.
Well, I'm coming. From there.
Do you feel secure? I want to be very honest with you.
Right.
I don't think I was called on this interview to answer questions, but to put words.
tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Lọ́nà èyí yóò.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed?